Quick mic check for Zoom audio. Quick mic check for Zoom audio. And okay, there we go. So.
Recording in progress.
At 6:01 p.m., I'm calling this business meeting of the Anchorage School District Board to order. Asking board members to find their seats. We do have all board members in attendance in person tonight. And I'm going to ask Student Representative Pack to lead us in the flag salute. Thank you. And I'll also ask Member Pack to please read our land acknowledgement.
We acknowledge that we gather here today on the traditional lands of the Dena'ina people of the Upper Cook Inlet. For thousands of years, the Dena'ina people have been and continue to be the stewards of this land. ASD is committed to diversity and inclusion, and is with honor and respect that we recognize all Indigenous people who live and learn in our community.
Thank you very much. Also going to remind board members to please get close to your microphones, use a loud voice. Also, if you do turn your microphone on, it actually puts your name on the screen right in front of me. And so initially, I think there's a different system that we'll actually be using down the road. But that's maybe the best way tonight to make sure you get my attention and get in the speaking order. Would entertain a motion to approve the agenda as presented.
Move to approve the agenda as listed.
Is there a
Second.
Moved and seconded to approve the agenda. If there is no objection, the agenda will be approved as presented to you. That brings us to section B, reports. And first up, we have our student representative report.
Thank you, Mr. President. Biggest item for me to report is that our next SAB meeting is next week. It'll be on the 11th, from 12:30 to 2:30 p.m. And in this meeting, we're going to have Service High School, Frontier, Golden View, and Highland Academy present videos or presentations on their schools so our students can share the unique programs that we have in our community. We're also going to consider a bylaw amendment so that we move some of our executive board position elections earlier on. And in this meeting, or this coming meeting, we're going to elect our new oncoming president-elect. So hopefully whoever is elected will join me on my side by the next school board meeting. And then, of course, the big item, the elephant in the room is the proposed budget. And it's crippling, simply put, for especially my school and all of our schools, obviously. But with this issue in mind, we're hoping to have our SAB delegates learn how to equip themselves and their peers on how to, properly advocate for themselves and express their opinions to their legislators in this month, in the coming months, so that we can do something about this issue. And then finally, we will have our vice president, secretary, and public relations elections in the March meeting. That concludes my report.
Thank you. And do we have any reports from board members on conferences or committee reports? Seeing none, we'll move to section C, goal monitoring, student achievement, grades 3 through 8, map growth, testing, and assessment. The superintendent.
Thank you, Mr. President. So today I'll just briefly walk the board through our technical presentation for math proficiency. We'll talk about this in 2 weeks. This report will cover 2 interim goals, one for map growth on grades 3 through 5, and the other for map growth grades 6 through 8. Let's start with 3 through 5. So on this slide, the board and public can see that the district has a goal to increase the percent of 3 through 5 grade level students at or above math benchmark on the map growth assessment. The goal is to increase to 65% from 51.2% by spring 2028. On this slide, the board can see a high-level overview of where the district is at for this current school year. The evaluation of performance for this goal is currently near the annual target. Our target, you can see at the chart on the bottom on the right-hand side, the target for spring would be 55.3 for 24-25. And you can see right now we're at 53.8 for the winter snapshot. So this goal is within reach. Next slide, please. We're also providing board members with this data disaggregated by grade levels. This is the goal on 3 through 5. You can see that group compared to itself for the fall and winter snapshots. And this is the same type of breakdown, but disaggregated by race, ethnicity, gender, special subpopulations. This would be a core component of our discussion in 2 weeks. And then, as I mentioned, this is a 2-part goal monitoring conversation. We'll also look at the interim goal for grades 6 through 8 students. Next slide. And we'll leave the board with this data to look at over the next couple of weeks, but you'll see that we are near the annual target. The spring target is 55.9%. Based on our winter snapshot, we're at 54.5, so this is within reach between now and spring. And similarly, this data will be broken down by grade level for you to review the next couple of weeks. And similarly, this data is also disaggregated, and you can compare the winter to fall snapshots. And then another piece of our conversation will be the strategic plan for math proficiency. If we could go to the next slide and the next one after that. We'll see an overview of everything the administration is working to date, everything from data discussions, the multi-tiered systems of support, curriculum implementation strategies, as well as direct instruction. We'll have our content experts here in 2 weeks to discuss that. And that concludes the technical presentation.
Board members have any questions? Member Donnelly.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. Superintendent, we got some really concerning numbers about a month ago about overall proficiency on math. That we fell 1% overall, from 35% to 34%. Where's the biggest gap occurring this time? If as this report indicates, our 3 through 5 math proficiency is moving up slightly. There must have been a pretty dramatic problem in some other grades.
Good question, Member Dunley. If I'm not mistaken, I think you're referring to the NAEP scores that were recently released for the state. So for the public's understanding, I know the board members are aware, the NAEP and MAP growth are two very different assessments. So the NAEP is actually what the district uses to create what they call the national report card that is really intended to provide just a snapshot as to how different states are doing between other states, because it's very hard to have all 50 states complete one assessment. I would say that this data is more timely and responsive to what our students know and are able to do now. So unlike the NAEP, for example, again, is a national assessment. It's not conducted at every single school in Alaska, and certainly not every single school in the country. And it has a limited scope, and it may or may not be aligned to the scope and sequence of math instruction for Alaska. What you'll see here on the MAP growth assessment is 3 snapshots tied within a year between fall, winter, and spring. So we can see for every single grades 3 through 8 student, we can look at that growth. So I would encourage the full board to pay more close attention to the MAP growth assessment versus the more higher level broad NAEP scores. There could be some overlap, but I want to be very clear that they're 2 distinct assessments.
Member Wessons.
I think that Member Donnelly is referring to the math goal monitoring that we did in October about student proficiency on the AK STAR test. I mean, you didn't name it, but I just checked on our goals. What did we recently look at? And we did discuss the AK STAR for, I guess it was last year's 8th graders, right, who tested last spring, who are now this year's 9th graders. And I think that's what you were concerned about. Yeah.
It was characterized as being across all grades, this evaluation. And I looks like we're making progress with grades 3 through 5. And so I was trying to relate that to the reporting that the decrease was occurring across all grades, aggregate of grades.
Thank you for that. I misunderstood and led us down a rabbit hole. So I'll go ahead and let our technical expert clarify. Was there anything technical that you wanted to clarify?
I believe the report a while ago was based on the Alaska STAR data, which is the summative test at the end of the school year, whereas this is MAP growth, and it's based on growth reports. And these are the interim goals.
Yep, now I understand. So we will talk about this in 2 weeks. Wonderful question.
Any other comments or questions? If not, we'll move to section C on the, section D on the agenda. Superintendent update. We set aside a little bit of time for the superintendent and staff to talk about budget issues.
Thank you, Mr. President. So this report is happening a little earlier in our agenda today because for the next several board meetings, we'll be talking about a very important topic, which is our budget development process for the upcoming fiscal year. So this will be a brief report that will be led by me and our Chief Financial Officer, Andy Ratliff, and we'll have some slides that we'll show to board members as well. I'd like to start off my remarks by showing the audience and the board a slide that we're pulling up right now. This slide. So I want to talk a little bit about what's going on. I know that there are a lot of people tuning into this conversation who are very familiar with the budget process in Alaska or ASD. But I also recognize that there are new people entering the conversation who may not be aware as to how school funding works, what are the timelines, what is this budget about. So I thought it would be important for you to hear directly from me about what is going on and what can you as community members do if you look at this budget and see that there are just gaps here. And I'm looking at an audience full of people, and I can see the concern, the exhaustion, and the questions that are on our faces. So I'd like to really provide just a high-level overview as to how we got here. What are some next steps? So what I prepared for the board that the general public now has access to is our initial budget proposal. So this is an exercise that we go through every year, and the district is preparing to release a balanced budget to the municipality of Anchorage closer to March. Why this budget has been prepared the way that it has is for one very important reason, which is that this budget was prepared assuming that the district will not receive any additional funding in revenue beyond what's outlined in the law. And for those of you who understand school funding, it really comes down to this blue bar that you'll see multiplied 10 times at the very bottom of every single column on this graph. That's what's called the base student allocation. So this chart that you're looking at really takes school funding and you're viewing it through the per student funding experience. So that blue bar, you may not be able to read it if you're looking at it from the audience, but it says 5960 beginning in years FY24. Prior to that, it said 5930. So the bottom line is that's the amount of funding that the state says that every student in Alaska it will receive through the foundation formula. They put that number through this more complicated formula. They add multipliers based off of factors such as special education and what have you. We'll talk more about that in a minute. But this is the crux of the school funding conversation that's happening both in this room and in school districts across the state. So what's the problem? The problem is you'll notice that that blue bar essentially looks the same height. And we're looking at 10 years. We're looking at the 2016-2017 school year all the way on the left. And then we're looking at the 25-26 school year all the way on the right. That's the budget that we're trying to balance right now. There are a couple of things that I want to point out here. So what is the core issue here? The core issue is that the base student allocation hasn't substantially increased in about 10 years. You may hear some people, many of whom reside in Juneau, who will say that we did have a BSA increase back in fiscal year 2024. I'm going to editorialize this a little bit and say that's a laughable increase. And it's laughable because what the legislature said through action was that our students are only worth an additional $30 between FY, the previous fiscal year and that FY 24, $30 additional dollars for the entire year. So I'm seeing some faces in the room. I mean, think about how much more a tank of gas costs in 2025 compared to 2017. There's probably $30 right there. Thinking about the cost of eggs, the cost of utilities and insurance, all these different things. And when you really boil it down, school districts operate very analogously to a household budget. So when you think about the cost of energy for our buildings, when you think about the cost of fuel for the school buses, when you think about the janitors and custodians and teaching assistants and nurses who are all trying to grapple with their realities. I mean, for those of you in the room, you don't have to raise your hand, but whose rent or mortgage payment has gone down since 2017? I know mine has not gone down since 2017. And these are the everyday realities that our staff members have to go through. And what the legislature as a body has communicated is that there's not a political will for sustainable, predictable school funding reform. So what this conversation that we're about to have over the next month is really about this idea that school districts are having to continuously plan their budgets around this blue bar. So the punchline, the key point that I want you to hear in earnest from me directly is that the budget that's being presented, deliberated, discussed is not a reflection of the school district's aspirations. This is a reflection of about 10 plus years of systemic neglect from those who are in charge with providing the funding that our kids need to be successful. And what this budget reflects is the assumption of zero revenue, because the sad reality is that between now and July, we don't know if there will be school funding increases. And if there were, we don't know when we'll have that information. And it is a very complicated process that requires both a bill to be passed by the legislature, and it also needs to be agreed upon by the governor. So you can imagine how this process takes months and months and months. But for those of us who are in the room today, we're here wondering, what does this mean for my child's education next year? And that's where this conversation will move forward. So this budget entails reductions to programs that I know are valuable and beloved to one or more, if not every person in this room. And if something was removed from the budget, it's not a reflection that it's not valued. It's not a sign that this is something that the district doesn't support. It's really a sign of how this budget was prepared. So I want to be very clear for the how this budget and why this budget was prepared this way. To be completely honest with you, if you look at this chart, you'll notice some orange. It's at the very top of most of these individual columns. That orange represents one-time funding that the state has awarded districts outside of the base student allocation. You'll see that they awarded about $220 a student in 23, $340 in 24, a historic $680 one-time increase to funding in FY 25. So there certainly is precedent that we could see more funding come into the schools. But again, we may not know this until well after the budget has to be submitted. So how does one prepare a budget when you don't know if or whether that 5960 will be the bottom line dollars that you have? What it means is that I was forced to prepare a budget that does two things. One, I wanted to make sure that we avoid massive reductions in force. So Anchorage School District is one of the largest public employers in the state. And I take that responsibility very seriously. And I want to make sure that if you're a member of Team ASD, that we can do whatever we can to hold on to as many people employed by our organization as possible while we see what happens in the legislature. That's number one. Number two, we're an educational organization. So I wanted to look at the distribution of funding between direct instruction and student support services. Those are the two most important things you can invest your dollars in. That goes directly into kids' activities and all the things that they learn from their wonderful teachers. This past year, that represented about 81% of ASD's budget. We made sure that that stayed about 81% for this budget too. So there are a lot of cuts, but they're trying to work around what I'm trying to prevent, which is a widespread reduction of force within ASD. So we can mostly lean on attrition and other types of, ebbs and flows to cover this deficit. But I hope that this is just the beginning of a long conversation that I hope will end positively. But it's not going to end positively until we all come together and figure out how we want to make our voices heard. So I definitely encourage you, if you're listening to my voice today, virtually or in the room, we want to hear you here at the boardroom table. We'll be here several times this month. We'll finalize that number. But I also want to be clear, if you're new to the conversation, that the school board and I are really tasked with figuring out how we allocate the resources that we're given. So if you have feedback for how we can better allocate our resources to provide the best education for your child, I want to hear that. But if you're interested in advocating for the actual funding levels, I do want to be clear that that is a function of the state legislature and governor. So if you want to bring them in the conversation, every community member is empowered to do that. And I think that in this very dire time, this would be a great time to consider that. So those are my opening remarks, and our chief financial officer is going to walk the community through a few specifics. Oh, I got a clap. Never gotten that before. Several claps for the record.
Thank you. So we'll walk through some of the nuts and bolts of the budget. Just kind of give you a quick overview of, what a revenue picture is going to be like, what are some of the things we're reducing, and then kind of what are those next steps. And a lot of these slides that we have, there's a table over there by the entrance that has budget summaries. You can pick up one of those that has this in detail if you want to look at them. Otherwise, they're all online digitally as well. So right now we're produced a balanced budget to give the school board to consider for approval. The reason we do our budget before just about any one other school district in the state is based on our municipality's charter that requires we have our budget done submitted to them by the first Monday in March. So that backs us up to getting our budget prepared, all the reductions made by the end of January to submit to the school board in February. Also in January, the legislature starts their budget development, their conversations around funding. So we're certainly watching that. We'll give you a little bit of updates about what's out there as well. Should be noted that process, it does take a long time. Last year, we did not know what our final funding was going to be until I think it was June 28th. So be able to produce like a long range financial plan when you don't know your coming revenues until the year starts and that makes it really challenging. So as far as our revenue picture goes, a couple of the things you'll see, the property taxes going up by about 4.7 million. That's reflective of a $7.5 million increase in what's called the required local contribution that the state mandates that we pay as a community into education. And then it's offset by a little bit of a reduction, about 2.8 million in the additional allowable contribution that districts can. It's up to a state cap. We're fortunate in our municipality that our city's been willing to fund us up to the cap for many years now, but we are limited on how much we can collect from the city to help offset some of these losses. So you'll see an increase there. It should be noted that $7.5 million increase in that required local contribution is there's a direct $7.5 million offset in state revenue. So as you see, about $12 million coming down a foundation formula. That's just kind of a one-to-one thing where they're cost shifting $7.5 million to the cities. Other reductions would be generally for like enrollment declines. Our fund balance, we're going to use about $12.6 million more than we are using this year. That brings us down to about 5% fund balance, which 5% is the metric of really what your unrestricted fund balance divided into your total expenditures is. Of that 5%, about 4% of it's used for a bond rating reserve that our city has to get better interest rates. So overall, under this plan, we spend down to about $6 million of unassigned reserves for a district that's a budget that's $800 or $900 million. So really not enough money to any sort of natural disaster to account for that. Any sort of large drops in enrollment just makes it really difficult if we don't have those reserves to cover some of those potential losses. Overall, we're looking at about a $43 million decrease in revenue based on what is currently in statute from what we received or plan to receive for FY25. That coupled with about $20 million or so of just kind of natural inflation that you see on that 25 budget of $637 million. That's where you get to about a $65 million of reductions that are needed. And that inflation, the district's about 87% of salary and benefits. So that's where most of our money goes is people. So as we have contract increases, medical insurance increases, all those things that go with paying our employees more to help our recruitment and retention efforts, it's got to come out of somewhere. So as we go through there, and you can add up 60 or $65 million in reductions. This is really wise because our funding is going down. How we allocate our money based on just kind of the state functions. Our direct classroom instruction makes up about 58% of our total budget. That's teachers, paraprofessionals in both our special ed and general ed classrooms. Directly working with students all day, every day, pretty much. And that's the supplies, the materials, equipment, some services, software that goes with those teaching positions. There's student supports, that's counselors, nurses, librarians, security, student activities, curriculum support, development, behaviors, principals, the clerical staff of the schools, all those things that allow school to operate and have those additional supports for students are really classified in there. And then operations and maintenance, that's keeping the building safe, keeping the utilities on, clean, just anything that kind of goes with those, just maintaining our facilities. And then administration, that's generally the folks sitting at this tables, the departments we run, payroll, accounting, budget, HR, IT, risk management, communications, the school board, the superintendent. That's what really district administration is. The table at the bottom shows those percentages for both 25 and 26. So really, this is really used to illustrate that we've been reducing from everywhere. There wasn't a whole lot of places that were held harmless in this budget. We're just kind of finding as much things we possibly could before we got to a PTR increase. So getting to our school-based changes, I don't want to go through a lot. This is in our budget plan, but just to kind of give you a high-level overview, our PTR adjustment is a +4. So on average, that's +4 kids in every classroom. In elementary, it's less teachers in the building with higher classrooms. In secondary, a lot of times it's higher classes and less electives. Enrollment, we did lose a considerable amount of students this year. We're a little over 1,000 this year from what we'd projected. Expected to lose a couple hundred more next year, but that was about 70 FTE. Hold back teachers, then the list goes on. Principals, counselors, librarians, nurses, library assistants, clerical staff, all kind of these reductions that we're having to make at the school level. Paraprofessionals, noon duties, and then there's some of these other kind of outside of the personnel things like Battle of the Book, summer school. We're cutting hockey, gymnastics, swim and dive from high school sports. The Dome contract came out of this budget, which usually supports track and soccer. All middle school sports, secondary summer school, family partnership. We kind of listed some of these other special programs outside of that, but they're lost enrollment, so their budget's coming down as well. And then there's a couple things that had small increases, and we try to just get those the total amount to balance out, with Alaska Choice Virtual going up a little bit as we anticipate a few more kids taking virtual classes that maybe they can't get in their high schools. So special services, about 54 FTE. This includes Ignite, some smaller reductions in some programs, including the School for the Deaf and Hard of Hearing, Whaley, and elementary special education. So you see those about 54 FTE coming down about $5.5 million we've been able to reduce out of there. Of note, we haven't reduced special education funding in many years. This has been a really hard one to take. I mean, these students need services. But this is kind of extraordinary times, and all my years doing this is like probably 3 times larger than any budget reduction we've ever had to weather in this single proposal. We went through all the departments, administration. We're going to have for finance, payroll, or human resources, purchasing, IT. We're going to have less support to be offered to our staff. This is really kind of the back end functions that we have to operate the district. We're taking staffing out of teaching and learning. We're cutting a senior director out of academic services, and then some custodials, that's more related to school closures. We are closing 2 elementary schools in this budget, Lake Hood and the Naka Valley. And then we're cutting maintenance personnel and a whole host of other added duty service supplies and equipment to include, food, travel, maintenance contracts, extra help coming in during busy times. There's just all these other things that we do to help supplement our workforce that's maybe not be full-time FTE, but heavy equipment, depreciation, those things that we can kind of get around doing for a year or so, we take out of this budget to help get the balance. Took about $9 million out of our admin, about 42 FTE out of our departmental org codes. So back to this slide that Dr. Bryant went through. Really, our funding gap from 2011, had it been inflation proofed, would be about $1,960 more than what it is today. We can use about $700 BSA equivalent in our savings to help shore that up, a little under 50 million, but that's all one-time things that'll go away next year. And if nothing is addressed, it really is going to come back again next year, and we're going to have a very similar problem. So we can't really pull any levers ourselves to increase our revenue. We're essentially beggars of funds. We have to ask the state for any new money we get, as they either give us the money directly from the state or set the contribution limits by the city. So we're at the cap for the city, so we're really kind of reliant on the state. But this chart really shows how the other state budgets have fared since 2017. Inflation's been about 25% over the time, and a lot of these departments do track inflation, and really that's what you would expect to see. Just with the normal course of business for salaries, supplies, equipment, that goes up with inflation. Some of them are 2 or 3 times that based on need. But if you do look up in that gray shaded part, there's DEED. The Department of Education is separated into 2 components. One is the K-12 support for districts, which has gone down by about $74 million over the last 9 years, and then other deed operations, which is kind of the normal staff at deed that are directing education, and that's generally tracked inflation. So that's part of the that's one of the issues that we see is since other departments seem to be inflation proofed, K-12 is not. And at the end of the day, it comes down to K-12 education is generally held to the end of the session, and it's generally spoken to in conjunction with the PFD. So as you're looking at giving folks the choices through this budget process of PFD or education, it makes it really difficult on our legislators. So I really feel for them going into this process, but something needs to change because we cannot sustain this level of funding or lack of there. There are a couple bills out there that we wanted to highlight that's in the legislature going through the process now. HB 69 would tie base student allocation increases to the preceding 3 years of an average inflation starting in 25 and 26, and then add an additional $1,000 to that base student allocation to help catch up for lost ground. The same in 26 and 27, where they add the 3-year rolling average of inflation plus 404 each year. So at the bottom, you can see what those BSA increases would be by year. And then this kind of shows how that money would be, or how much money that would realize. So under the first column is what we have this year. The second column is what we're budgeted on based on current statute. And then the third column is what would change based on HB 69 passing. About $92 million additional funding for the current year, which would allow us to, if we added back the roughly $65 million of cuts, and that's kind of what we could do, not necessarily what we would do, but kind of that illustrative example, adding that back, we would still spend about $23 million of our savings, but be in a healthy range for having enough to weather any emergencies. And then in future years, it might allow us to add back some either decrease class size or add other high value interventions that could be to help our students succeed. This would enable, and then it's inflation proof thereafter, after those first 3 years. So that would really enable us to do the long-term planning, both financial and instructional. That's really kind of what we've been missing for the last 20 years that I've been in governmental accounting. So HB 76 and SB 82, this was the ones the governor submitted for his request. It includes a $450 per K-6 student incentive for reading proficiency. So for every student that you have proficient, you get in those grade bands, you get $450. I'm not exactly sure how many students. I haven't gone back and figured out how many students that would apply to for us. But if it were, 10,000 or so, that would be $4.5 million. One of the other things would be charter schools approved by the state board, which would allow the state board to insert charter schools directly into a district without school board approval. There is a transportation increase of $103 per non-correspondence ADM in there, which is good. Our transportation fund has been increasingly had to been shorn up by property taxes as well. It does extend the moratorium on bond debt reimbursement from 2025 to 2030. And this is when a new bond is voted on by the approvers or the voters. Prior to 2015, the state would pick up 60 or 70% of the cost of repayment of those bonds. They put a moratorium on that in 2015. It's supposed to expire in 25. This would just continue that moratorium where the cities are paying 100% of the bonds. It would move correspondence ADM in the foundation formula from the end of the formula where it's multiplied by a 90% factor versus moving it up to the front where it goes through the rest of the foundation formula. And I'll explain a little bit of that here to kind of show you how that works mechanically. And then it would increase, there's a multiplier in the formula that would, for CTE, that would go 1.5% to 4%. And then also provide $5,000 teacher recruitment and retention bonuses paid by the state. So how that looks for the correspondence, it would generate about $3.8 million in additional revenue, about $8.4 million in course or CTE revenue with that multiplier, and about $4 million in new transportation funding. And probably a little bit more on the incentive for the $450 per proficient student. But really, if we were to add that back, the $12 million back based on the budget additions that we got this year, we would still have to make, $53 million in budget reductions this year, and then another 68 or so next year. So it doesn't really have a long-term solution to our problem. What that looks for correspondence programs, you'll see two different colored bands. The light blue and at the top is how the funding currently works for schools. I chose Family Partnership as the largest correspondence school in our district, and West High School is the largest high school in our district. So for Family Partnership, right now it goes from, a little over 1,000 ADM, that gets multiplied by 90%, and that's how their funding work. There is generated into a basic need, little under $5,400 per student. For West High, they go through a school size factor, which if you have more than 1,022 students in the state formula, you start getting less than a 1.0 adjustment for the school size factor. So the state foundation formula is set up where smaller schools get more money per student than larger schools, and this is the mechanism in which they apply that. So it gets adjusted down for the school size factor. There's a 20% special ed multiplier for special education, ELL, gifted, and Indigenous education. And then it goes to a CTE multiplier that's currently 1.5% to get to a basic, a total basic need, not including intensive needs students. Those are funded separately and wouldn't change, but about $6,800 per non-intensive student. Under the new proposals, the correspondence schools would go to a 1.0, and that's adjusted by school size factor, the metric, add the 20%, and then add the 4% CTE multiplier, and eventually get to a little over $7,400 per student per correspondence, for correspondence kids. Conversely, for West High, that would go to about $7,000 per student. So now we'd be getting about $500 less per student for comprehensive high schools than we would for correspondence. Other schools in the district that we would get less money per correspondence student would be Bartlett, East, Diamond, Service, South, Romig, and Mears. So really it should be less expensive to do correspondence, but this proposal would put more money towards correspondence programs than it would towards comprehensive high schools of that size. So that's really kind of the big moving pieces that we have in the legislature, and then what we're reducing in our budget and kind of the why behind it.
Board members have questions or comments? Member Jacobs.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. I appreciate the presentation, Dr. Bryant and Mr. Ratliff. A question, and I'm prefacing it by stating that I'm referring to the University of Alaska's Institute of Social Economic Research study. I think the last two that they produced on a state comparison of education spending indicated that Alaska is now below the national average, and once you adjust dollars spent for cost of living. I'm just curious if administration can share perspective as to why it's helpful to factor in cost of living on things like the price of utilities in a given state, health insurance, both of which tend to be higher in Alaska, when you're looking at adding additional context versus raw dollars spent on education. Thanks.
Thank you, Member Jacobs. Really, when you're comparing the amount of resources that can be bought with a certain number of dollars, I mean, if you can have a teacher on staff for 120,000, 130,000 in Alaska, somewhere in Oklahoma, Kansas, where it's considerably less expensive to do business for that same amount of money, you could probably hire 2 teachers. It's really is important to factor in that geographical differential, and that's why there's a big component of it in the state formula too, because it's considerably more expensive to do business out in Nome or Kotzebue than it probably is in Anchorage. That district cost factor in Anchorage really hasn't been looked at for 20 plus years. That data is about 25 years old now, but to be able to having to consider as you're looking at why states spend more per student, those cost differentials between regions are really important.
Other comments or questions? Member Wilson?
The board has heard suggestions that selling a physical school property or diverting funds from a voter-approved school bond might help mitigate the future budget deficits. Can you please explain why this is not a feasible option?
Certainly. So we don't actually own the school buildings. That's a function of the municipality. We are designated management rights over our land and facilities. So if we declare a building or piece of property excess, that just reverts back to the city, then they can do what they want with it. And really, if they were to sell it, they really couldn't give us the money because it's that required or that maximum local contribution doesn't really count or care where the source of those funds came from, whether it's property taxes or in lieu of property taxes. They can't give us more money even if they were to take our property and sell it. And what was the other part of the question? Oh, for the bonds. Yeah, those are narrowly focused approved by the voters. So they're more narrow in what they can be spent on. So we couldn't sell a bond instead of doing capital and depreciating it. Just say we're going to use that for operating expenditures for a year. So it's more about the language they actually have in the bond proposals and limiting what we can do with the money.
Any other questions or comments? Member Bellamy?
Maybe not, well, it is a question, but more of a clarification. So listening to all of the testimony, and not all of it, but a lot of testimony in Juneau, there was a suggestion that we hold salaries flat as a way to balance our budget. We are currently settling, is it 2 or 3 contracts?
There's 3. I believe.
There's 3.
That will end at the end of the year.
Mm-hmm. And so I guess my question is, I mean, I think we've done our best to do more with less or kind of keep things status quo. But can you explain how failing to provide a competitive wage and affordable health care would impact the challenges of our ability to recruit and to retain and recruit quality people?
I'll make an attempt to respond to that one, Mark, Ms. Bellamy, but we already see significant challenges in attracting and retaining qualified staff in the district. We turn over somewhere between about 300 and 400 teaching positions on average per year. The local university only produces about 100 licensed graduates per year for the whole state who are ready to enter the classroom as teachers. And so the state of Alaska right now isn't even producing enough teachers to fill the need that Anchorage has. So that means we have to source every year about 2/3 of our qualified staff from out of state and sometimes from out of country. And right now we are not competitive with many of our West Coast peers when it comes to teacher salaries and benefits. And so if we don't make increases in wages that at least keep up with local inflation, then we really are behind in terms of our ability to attract and keep those teachers in the district that we need in our classrooms in order to see the student outcomes that we want. And so that's a particular challenge that rubs up against the challenge of this budget deficit, but not providing any meaningful wage increases for our employees just means we'll have a more difficult time holding on to those employees.
Mm-hmm. And if I could add some color and anecdote to that, rather, when I started as superintendent back in 2022, as some people remember, we had this transportation crisis. And one of the first questions that I asked, it was like my first month on the job, was, wait, why have transportation professional wages been held flat? And as we dug more into it, It turns out it's because transportation funding had been flat from the state for years. So we were essentially paying 2019 wages in 2022. And when the labor market is thriving, at the time we had an incredible tourism season, guess what happened? Our transportation professionals took incredible opportunities in the private sector, in adjacent areas, and our teachers are very similar. All of our bargaining units, we need to be competitive, because if we're not competitive, those vacancies will be empty. And then I'll actually close with a quote from a member of the state board on salaries. This is a former commissioner, actually. He said, if we're really going to have a system where anybody can run for office and be able financially to do it, we have to have salaries that are commensurate to that need. So that's regarding increases for elected officials, including the governor and legislators. And I would replace that line with teachers. And I think that's very true.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other, member Donnelly and then member Jacobs?
Thank you, Vic. So Andy, can we go back to that, like the bar slide that shows the series of years? Okay, so could you explain the yellow parts in the last 3 fiscal years there, what those are?
Sure. So the yellow bars at the bottom are the fund balance. So this is the district's general government equivalent of savings accounts that we've spent each year. Those funds are were either generated by saving one-time funds from the state, or just kind of really just accumulated because of attrition. So we have all these vacancies. We saved money having those vacancies. So for 25, we don't expect to have that same level of savings. We expect to spend the 37 million or so that we put into or we allocated from savings. As we've got those attrition rates up, our estimates really pretty high right now. So yeah, so that's really what it is that kind of that fund balance that's propped us up over the last few years, generally by saving one-time funds.
So I was asked a question today. If you have these one-time funds that have been recurring the last several years, why do you budget to include those funds again in a future year? Why couldn't you just begin your budget from without those one-time funds?
We didn't budget for the state one-time funds. We budgeted for the one-time resources we knew we had in hand based on our projections for what we're going to have in savings at the end of that particular fiscal year.
Yeah, I'm not referring to the state one-time funds. I'm referring to the fund balance rollover, which isn't the majority of that because we couldn't hire people for all the positions we have.
Yeah, a lot of it, but a lot of it was saving the state money. So as we didn't hire them, particularly in 23, 24, we did have a lot of savings those years. In 25, we're not expecting to, but as far as the amount that we actually budget of our savings, it's really a measure of when we're starting to project out for the end of, like when I'm projecting out for the end of this fiscal year, I'm projecting a little under $50 million of fund balance to be in hand by the end of the fiscal year. And that's what we're putting towards next year. So we're really making a calculation of how much money we expect to have retained, net of all those vacancies and everything. This year, we're quite a bit closer than we were in past years. So we are going to be spending down our fund balance. That $516 equivalent, we anticipate spending that down, but we also anticipate having about $700 in a BSA equivalent for next year.
Thank you.
Member Jacobs?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. Just another question for Dr. Bryant and his team. About a year ago, something pretty remarkable happened in the context of legislative inefficacy, in that 93% of the Alaska legislature, 56 out of 60 of our state legislators from around our state, in urban and rural districts, voted to support SB 140, which would have provided a permanent statutory increase to the base student allocation. That bill was then vetoed, and a number of legislators who have since no longer been retained by voters in Alaska chose to change their minds when there was an override vote. I'm curious how would our situation be different when we're looking at our FY26 budget if we had a statutory increase to be able to count on as we build the operating budget?
I'm sure it's a good question. So if we were to have that $680 BSA increase in hand now, that would provide a little under $50 million of additional state money, which means that's about $50 million of things we wouldn't have to cut this year. We'd still make reductions in about $15 million range, depending on how much fund balance this board would be willing to spend down to.
Member Lessons.
Thank you. This spring, the graduating class of 2025 will go through their commencement exercises. They were by and large less than 1 year old in June 2007, which is when Judge Sharon Gleason in Morvey, Alaska, articulated that Alaska's obligation to maintain public education encompassed the legislature's creation of standards, its assessment protocols, its allocation of adequate funding, and its satisfactory oversight of districts' activities. Assessment of the state's maintenance of education, which is written into the Constitution, she explained, would boil down to whether all students receive, quote, a meaningful opportunity to achieve proficiency in reading, writing, math, and science, and are also accorded the opportunity for meaningful exposure to the state's other content standards. At the time, when this year's graduating class of 2025 was by and large in diapers, she did find that education was being maintained. 17 years have passed. And my question is really a judgment call for the administration. Given our deficit, our projected deficit, our projected levels of state education funding for Anchorage going to be, quote, adequate to provide a meaningful opportunity for all of ASD students to meet the state standards?
I would say it's inadequate based off of my math. Based off of that 5960 alone, I had mentioned that it's been stable for 10 years. Frankly, it's worth about, well, a little over $4,000 when you adjust for inflation. So I would say that's inadequate, personally, is my professional opinion.
Any other question? Member Jacobs.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. Another question I know I regularly get at community councils, and something we've heard in Juneau as well, is that there is a decrease in Alaska student count, and some large urban districts like ASD over the last decade have lost some percentage of their student population. And I think there's a struggle to grasp the intersection of inflation driving fixed costs, things like utilities and salaries, which comprise the majority of our budget, contrasting that with the loss of student count. Is it possible to shed some light on how those two things interact, and how an operating budget can still go up when student count is not trending the same direction?
I'm sure, and it's really it's kind of based on the rates of the increases and decrease. If we decrease students by about 1% and our funding goes down by something similar, but our costs go up by 3%. I mean, medical's been going up by 7, 8, 10% clips every single year for a good part of a decade. So we have these really kind of inherent costs that keep outpacing inflation. And then as the population declines, we do get less money from the state because of population. We're not getting the same amount. It does go down based on that ADM counts. So we're getting less money to pay for, fewer services too, because we don't need the same number of teachers to have the same PTR if we lose students. And we did show, the decline in the enrollment related students. So that goes down, but the costs have been exceeding the inflation has been exceeding the amount of loss in students, essentially.
Member Jacobs, follow. Member Watson.
Yeah, this is maybe a restating a question or an observation that I raised during the work session, but there are a lot more folks in the room at this point. Could you perhaps explain the degree of risk that we're taking on by pivoting by requiring a supermajority of the board to take on a level of risk to the district by spending our fund balance down from an 8% best practice board minimum down to 5%, which my understanding is less than a week's worth of operating reserves.
Sure. So if we spend it down to 5%, that really gives us a little over $6 million of truly unassigned savings to respond to emergencies, such as when we had the earthquake in 2018. Back in the early 2000s, I believe Rush and Jack burned down. We were able to start rebuilding that facility immediately. Even if we have unexpected loss in students, if we were to lose 500 students instead of 200, that's millions of dollars that we would have to take from somewhere. And generally, if we have our staff on contract, we need to pay out those contracts for the remainder of the year, regardless of how many students we have on staff or in our buildings. So really, you do take a considerable risk by only having $6+ million sitting out to address those emergencies.
Other questions or comments? Member Jacobs and Member Wilson.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll ask my last one, I think. We've discussed in previous work sessions how Alaska's experienced over a decade now of net out migration, where we're seeing more Alaskans leave than new Alaskans join our great state. The last census indicates that I think over a third of our young people, 16 to 26-year-olds, are leaving for other Pacific Northwest states and states in the lower 48. I wonder what if we were to advocate and we were to receive funding and we were allowed to continue innovative programs like the Academies of Anchorage, could we see that be a plank in the plan to begin to reverse that trend in outmigration if we as a state implemented a sustainable long-term fiscal plan and invested in our youth and the next generation of our workforce?
Through the president, I think one thing to consider is that there is light at the end of the tunnel, if you will. So if there were more resources for students and the district were to receive more funding, I would recommend that the district invest in more grow your own programs, for example, so to incentivize our young people to remain in Alaska, perhaps get some subsidy to go to education school at UAA and come back and teach, and programs like that. I think that that's one tangible thing the district can do to tackle our own workforce needs. And then broadly speaking, we can talk about things like the academies that would tackle some of the more broad labor shortages in the state, but specifically for teachers is where my eye is on, given the limited resources that we have.
Member Wilson.
I've had many conversations with community members regarding charter schools, and ASD has amazing opportunities for families and a variety of different choices for our students to participate in different educational opportunities. But there seems to be a continued, I know we've talked about it quite a few times, and I would like to bring it up again or have it explained again, because there still seems to be a lack of understanding of how charter schools in Alaska are funded, particularly our ASD charter schools. So if you could go ahead and explain again how our charter schools are funded and how inflation coupled with the unpredictable funding might impact our charter schools. I'd appreciate
it. Sure, through the president. Yeah, our charter schools are funded through the foundation formula, really like any other school. So you roll them all through the multipliers of the foundation formula, and then by statute, all that money goes to the charter school for their use, minus like a 4% indirect cost, taken off the top to pay for things like budget, HR, accounting, IT, all those kind of the business side of it. But when they don't get that that base student allocation increase either. They're kind of a microcosm of the district where they either have to take in more kids and have higher class sizes there if they can, or they're going to be reducing staff as well. So a lot of them have facilities to pay for too. But you know, even if you're in a district building, you still have to pay for operations and maintenance and utilities there. So yeah, I mean, they're funded just like other districts. They have more control over how those funds are spent versus a district-wide pool and kind of allocating out resources. They're doing it more internally. But yeah, if they don't have inflationary increases for a decade, that hurts them too. They're cutting staff and cutting programs that they have.
Any other questions or comments? I would like to add, based on some of the emails that I've gotten, just to make sure folks in the room know, in all this talk about deficits, we're not in deficit this year. This is strictly about next year's budget. It is the changes we'd have to make if we tried to do what we're doing this year and only the BSA was allocated to us. And unfortunately, while we're going through the budget process, that's the only thing we really feel confident about. And as someone pointed out, we don't have 100% assurance of that. But it is a case that the legislature has always funded the BSA. And so we do use that as our budget number. Everything else is more speculative, and that's why we can't just assume a large number and assume it will cover all of our expenses. But this is about what would have to change if we went forward with just the BSA allocation. And ask any of the financial people to correct me if I'm misstating anything on that. You folks get to live these numbers every single day. So if there's no other questions or comments, we'll move on our agenda. Thank you very much to staff and to the superintendent for that. This is the time that we start to hear from the public. We welcome your comments, which are very important to us. The board has set aside an hour at the beginning of the meeting for those who have signed up to give public comment. Those not heard during the first hour will be heard at the end of the agenda. This is an opportunity for school board members to listen and for members of the public to inform the school board about their views. Please note the following. All public comments are limited to 3 minutes. There is a timer in front of the dais you'll be able to see while you're speaking. All speakers will receive a courtesy alert when they have 30 seconds remaining, which is a bell sound that Ms. Sullivan will make. Speaking time may not be given or shared with others. When your name is called, please come to the podium. Please state your name and direct your comments to the chair. Please understand that this is not a time for dialogue. The purpose of this agenda item is for you, the public, to inform us about your views. If you do have handouts to share with board members, please give them to Ms. Sullivan on my left, and she will distribute them to us. Finally, we do have detailed boardroom decorum guidelines at the door where you signed up. We also do allocate time at the beginning of public comment to hear from students first, because we want them to be able to speak to us and still get home and go to bed at a very reasonable hour. So we'll be starting with students and then follow up with parents that have students in the room so that they can complete testimony and go home as well. With that, the first two people to speak are Matthew Hancock and Aiden Sarah. If you can come forward and sit down.
Hello, my name is Chungwa. My English name is Matthew Hancock, and I am in 5th grade at Alaska Native Culture Charter School. Kayana for listening to my testimony and all the work that you provide for students as school board members. We only have 3 years at the Abbott Loop building. We don't know if there will be an open building where our temporary home has served its time. Please consider us to move into Lake Hilda Elementary. It will be hard to move again, but hopefully Lake Hood is a permanent home for us to live in, because I don't know where we will be when I'm an 8th grader. when my mom is my teacher. As a kid and a student, I need the stability of a safe school. My classmates come to school because we have fun here at NCCS. At NCCS, we teach kids through traditional UVL ways. If our 3 years are up before we find a safe home, we will be homes and we'll have to do school online and kids don't get the face-to-face learning experience like we do have now. We will have to move into a place like East or somewhere else. Please help provide NCCS with a permanent home where you can teach kids through traditional cultural ways. Thank you for listening to my presentation.
Thank you very much. Next. I'm not sure if this is downline. We have Aiden Sarah. The parent is Denise Ray. If you're in the room and if you'll come forward. Yeah. And have a seat and state your name, and you have 3 minutes.
My name is Aiden Sarah, and I am a student providing testimony in support of the relocation of the Alaska Native Cultural Charter School to Lakewood Elementary as part of the Right Sizing Initiative. ANCCS provides a specialized learning environment that enables Alaska Native students to thrive academically, socially, and culturally. Our school has consistently delivered positive academic results for us Alaska Native students and serves as the only Title I charter school. I am a 7th grader at ANCCS. I love ANCCS so much I have not missed a day of school since I was in 4th grade, no joke. I have had perfect attendance and straight A's for most of my time at ANCCS. I am in the Ignite program due to the quality education I received at ANCCS. I have been to ANCCS since kindergarten, and ANCCS has impacted my life for those 8 years because I have felt very welcomed by my ANCCS family. Even though I went to 3 different locations throughout my lifetime at ANCCS, and ANCCS moved to 5 different locations, I still feel comfortable in the school. I think ANCCS needs a new home and somewhere where we can feel safe and comfortable, like a permanent place. If we get to move to Lakewood, then ANCCS students can stop moving over and over. If we get this school, we can have room for more students. The more students we have, the more we feel like family. More Native kids will be able to thrive academically, socially, and culturally like me. We use Native values and New York teachings to help guide us emotionally and behaviorally. In our daily education, we learn to help us with our cultural identity. I love ANCCS because it has changed my life for the better and prepared me for my future. ANCCS is so special to me because the love and nurturing I have felt from all the staff and friendships I made since kindergarten. It will help me relieve the stress of not knowing where we will be in the future. ANCCS has educated me and prepared me for life. Please help us find a permanent home so we have a place to grow our roots.
Thank you very much. And next we have Pepper Draper, followed by Elizabeth Robbins. You can state your name for the record, and you have 3 minutes.
Hello, my name is Pepper, and I am from Wasilla, and I come here with my friend Ophelia, and we are here to support the School for the Deaf. I've been coming to the School for the Deaf for 2 years, and I have direct communication services compared to what I had in Wasilla, which was nothing. I have grown up since moving here, and I've been able to learn so much. I've been able to interact with my deaf staff and have communication with the Alaska School for the Deaf and Hard of Hearing. I'm able to be a part of deaf culture and work on my deaf identity. And I very much cherish my school and the program and working with my counselors. And please keep our staff and counselors, and thank you for your time.
Thank you very much for coming tonight. Next, we have Elizabeth Robbins, followed by Allison Kosoff. If you'll get close to the microphone, and you have 3 minutes.
Hi, my name's Elizabeth Robbins, and I'm here to testify about the proposed budget cuts in the Anchorage School District. These budget cuts will have several negative impacts on students, particularly on their educational experience and extracurricular opportunities. With the elimination of middle school sports and cuts to high school sports programs like hockey, gymnastics, and swimming and diving, students will lose important opportunities for physical activity, team building, and personal growth outside of the classroom. Sports often serve as a critical outlet for students, promoting discipline, time management, and a sense of community. For student athletes, this means losing avenues for competition, college recruitment opportunities, and social engagement through sports. The increased pupil-to-teacher ratio will make it harder for teachers to give individualized attention to students. Third grade classrooms could have up to 30 students, while grades 6 to 12 may see classes with over 35 students, which can create a crowded learning environment where students may struggle to keep up with the pace of lessons or get the help they need. This will likely lead to increased stress for both students and teachers and could harm academic outcomes. The cuts to support staff like nurses and librarians at elementary schools further reduce the resources available to students, especially younger grades. Without enough nurses, there could be delays or lack of attention to student health issues, and the loss of librarians could diminish access to learning materials and resources, further limiting academic opportunities. All of these factors contribute to a less balanced and supportive education system, which could leave students, especially those in middle school and high school, at a disadvantage academically, emotionally, and physically. The reduction in programs and resources will have a long-lasting negative effect on the overall quality of education in this district. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Allison Kosoff, you'll state your name for the record.
My name is Allison Koso. I am a former Alaska Native Cultural Charter School student, and I'm currently enrolled in Betty Davis East High School. Although I am a former student, I continue to stay involved with the school by working as a teacher assistant for the 21st Century program, as well as volunteering for ANCCS events throughout the school year. I am very eager to advocate for the relocation of the Alaska Native Cultural Charter School to Lakewood Elementary as part of the Right Sizing Initiative. ANCCS is a guiding light for Alaska Native students, encouraging success through traditional cultural learning and empowering students to flourish academically, socially, emotionally, and culturally, not only providing its students with structure, but also a sense of belonging. I attended ANCCS starting in kindergarten and therefore have been in all 3 different locations we have moved into over the past 5 years. I have experienced the inconvenience and disruption moving has caused our ANCCS families, but regardless of these setbacks, our families have continued to stay dedicated to our community. Because at ANCCS, we are a family. As someone who has endured a good deal of trauma, I can truly attest to the fact that our teachers and staff members are heavily committed to the care and nurturing of their students. This family-oriented support system has helped shape students like myself to grow into emerging leaders. ANCCS has shown me what it means to truly be a part of something, and has positively shaped me into the person that I am today. That is why I urge you to consider the importance of giving our school a permanent solution to ensure long-term stability that will further elevate the remarkable difference ANCCS makes on both ASD and the greater community. Brianna, thank you for your consideration.
Thank you very much for your testimony. I believe that is all of the students that were signed up to speak. First on our adults, and we are trying to pick up the parents that have students in the room to get them done. Elizabeth Hancock, followed by Carolyn Wiseman.
Good evening. My name is Elizabeth Hancock. I am one of the founding parents of the Alaska Native Cultural Charter School and a member of the ANCCS middle school teaching team. 3 of my children have graduated from ANCCS. The youngest one is in 5th grade. I'm grateful for the amount of work that you do as school board members to provide all families living in the Anchorage area. I'm encouraging you to consider seriously that the Alaska Native Cultural Charter School move into Lakewood Elementary as part of the right sizing initiative currently underway. ANCCS is lucky because we have always been supported by the Anchorage School District, and through that support, ANCCS students have flourished academically. Unfortunately, ANCCS has no permanent home, as our move to Abbott Loop is temporary. I have been part of every move, from our start at Muldoon Community Assembly to our location on Muldoon, and then into the Old Wonder Park, a hasty move into East Anchorage High School, and lastly into our current location in the old Abbott Loop Elementary. This has created strife in our community and stress in our learners as they don't know what is next. My children can tell you stories about getting lost in the Muldoon Community Assembly maze, playing in a dirt patch that was 20 feet by 50 feet, and the pure joy and excitement of moving into what was considered a real school. What it was like not to return to school when other ASD students did because our building wasn't COVID safe. And then what it was like to sit through multiple lockdowns because of the fights that happened at East, or the negative and positive interactions with high school students there. Our families were happy to be out of the East, but were very leery of moving into our Abbott location because it carried a 5-year lifespan. Even though this is another move, it would establish a sense of permanency that ANCCS has yet to have and our community deserves. Having my children graduate from ANCCS, I have firsthand seen the positive impact because I now have members of the Anchorage community who contribute positively. 2 of those children are committed to attending college in Alaska and returning to ANCCS to teach because of the impact that ANCCS has had on their education. My children have always received praise from their high school teachers because they were knowledgeable, respectful, and had a desire to learn. This is true for every 8th grader who has left ANCCS, and if you talk to other high school teachers, they can identify the students who have attended ANCCS and those who have not. Our data speaks for itself to show you that the impact that ANCCS has had on Alaska Native students. Of last year's 8th graders, 54% of them were at or above 50th percentile in reading, and 46 at or above the percentile in math. Many of our students, like you see, return to ANCCS, and by giving us a permanent home, it would allow us the long-term stability that ANCCS needs. I encourage the school board to continue supporting ANCCS and accepting our recommendation from our academic policy committee to move into Lakewood Elementary. Koyana again for listening.
Thank you for your testimony. And Ms. Wiseman.
No? Good. All right. Una latak, good evening. Uanga ulapingang athina lagomitan atega Caroline Wiseman. My name is Ulapingang. My English name is Caroline Wiseman, and I am a huge community advocate for the Alaska Native Cultural Charter School. My involvement in the charter schools as a former teacher, a former APC member, a coach, and now currently a substitute teacher within the Anchorage School District. My time at ANCCS has been amazing. And last time I sat in front of you, we were talking about leaving East High School and going into a building. Since then, the Alaska Native Cultural Charter School's enrollment has gone up. Our attendance has increased. The activities that we've been able to do because we have a building has been amazing. Our students are so awesome, and they have a tremendous ability to be leaders. And the students who spoke with you today are a testament to that. Having a building and a permanent solution would provide the stability for students that our district serves is so important. Our Alaska Native students are commonly underserved. At many schools, they're the minority. And at our school, they're the majority. And they thrive and they learn and they build their success through traditional cultural learning. The Alaska Native Cultural Charter School means so much to so many families, and having a stable place can create a sense of stability for themselves, for their families, for our community, and to continue the progress and the momentum that we've had just being in Abbott Loop Elementary. Koyana for your time, Koyana for your service for our community. Hawa Ganeshish Doikshin Karasakun. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your testimony. Next, we have Jennifer Phillips and followed by Kristen Bolonio. And we are getting your hand out right now. You'll state your name for the record. You have 3 minutes.
All right. Good evening. My name is Jennifer Phillips. I've worked with the ASD since year 2000. I'm asking all of you, our elected and esteemed school board members, to not pass a budget that cuts the elementary gifted program known as Ignite. Last year, a team of veteran teachers worked to create a scope and sequence for the Ignite program under the direction and guidance of Dr. Beltran. This school year, high-quality curriculum is being taught across the district. Ignite students are benefiting from similar educational opportunities and experiences. Each unit contains critical thinking skills in which students work with new information, make predictions, test these predictions, and draw conclusions. This year, Ignite students have dissected a variety of specimens from squids, worms, clams, lizards, frogs, chicken wings, and cow eyeballs, just to name a few. Embedded in the Ignite curriculum are the 16 habits of mind. Please see the handout. As you can see on the handout, these 16 habits of mind coincide beautifully with ASD's portrait of a graduate. Within the Ignite classroom, students are challenged and guided by their teacher to work through these 16 habits of mind. Students are given opportunities to practice these habits and reflect on their use of each one. This semester, Ignite students are focusing on the habit persisting, as are all of our Ignite teachers, because for the past 16 years, ASD has proposed to cut the Ignite program. Why is gifted programming essential? Gifted students are a unique population within our schools. These students have strong academic skill sets, often 2, 3, or more grade levels above their academic peers. Their social and emotional needs don't always match their intellectual abilities, which without proper guidance can lead to anxiety. They don't like to fail, so they may give up rather than fail when things get beyond their skill set. This can lead to underachievement and student dropout. Without guidance, gifted students can often use a fixed mindset, expecting to figure it out the first time. They need to learn how to creatively solve problems that aren't quick to answer. Many struggle with perfectionism. Some gifted students struggle to work in groups and work with other people. And when bored and not challenged in class, gifted students become extremely disruptive at times. Ignite teachers use their training and help students work through these struggles. In the Ignite classroom, students are given multiple chances and challenges in which they may fail or hit the wall. And with the guidance of their teacher, they can learn strategies to move through these complex problems. All right. So mainly, since I have 30 seconds left, I was looking through the budget. And if the budget for 25-26 is $594.6 million in the general fund, the gifted program is just over $3 million. That's 0.5%.
Thank you for your testimony. Okay. Kristen Bologna, it's *6 to unmute, and you have 3 minutes. We're unable to hear you. *6 to unmute your phone.
Kristen Bologna.
Oh, yes, we can hear
I'm
you.
I'm an educator in the Anchorage School District, as well as a mom of 2 ASD students. Obviously, the news of $100 million budget deficit is devastating, not just for staff, but for students and the community alike, which is why I am testifying. While reviewing ASD's budget proposal, I ask that the school board request absolute transparency and fidelity when it comes to cuts at the district office. The cuts to our schools are plain and direct. They show us which buildings are losing how many teachers, librarians, nurses, etc. The reductions listed at the district level, however, are a little ambiguous. A budget shortfall hurts everyone, I realize, but is it sustainable to only cut from the bottom and not from the top? Educators are constantly being asked to do more with less. Can our top administration not do the same? When teachers are disproportionately on the chopping block, as they usually are every year, you lose more of those who directly support our students. I know tonight you've already heard and you're going to continue hearing many requests and pleas from the community to save our teachers, to save programs, to save sports, and our community is undoubtedly angry and upset. So I want to take this opportunity to speak directly to the parents, the neighbors, community members who are listening now. After you say your piece tonight, I implore you to do one more thing, and I want you to please, please call your legislator. You need to tell our elected officials that they must take immediate action in order to adequately fund education in Alaska. We need to pass House Bill 69, which will increase the base student allocation, the BSA, if we are going to be able to serve our children and our students at the level that they deserve. As we've already heard today, we are past the point of doing more with less. The school board cannot keep these cuts from happening until we demand that our state fully invest in our education. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Back in the room, we have Tim Pack and Erica Arnold. If you'll come forward and state your name for the record, and you have 3 minutes. And we ask you to get close to the microphone so we can all hear you. Thank you.
Is that close enough? Good evening. My name is Tim Pack, and I've been an educational interpreter for the Alaska School for the Deaf and Hard of Hearing since 2017. I'm here in the face of our financial crisis to advocate for the unique importance of our DHH support staff. Each team member delivers their services directly to our students through ASL as best practice demands for our students facing language deprivation and the risk factors it brings. These responsibilities cannot be absorbed by professionals not fluent in the unique language, culture, and psychosocial implications of our students. Cutting DHH support staff that directly serve students literally means cutting off our students from accessing their legal right to ASD's education and mental health resources. My greatest example of this is our AKSD counselor, Courtney Westman, who is irreplaceable in every sense of the word, and here's why. Courtney's work is specialized to directly serve DHH students, a demographic that is statistically highly likely to be isolated, victimized, and underserved, with 76% of DHH children reporting child maltreatment and as much as 86% experiencing language deprivation. These children face mental health and wellness challenges not only in greater numbers and severity than their hearing peers, but also that present differently, necessitating an entirely different intervention plan. Further, Glickman's research shows that the language deprivation many deaf students experience leads to behaviors which are misdiagnosed as thought disorders by professionals lacking experience and training with deaf clients. Without expertise in mental health as it relates to deaf youths, these children are mislabeled, mistreated, and severely harmed by the professionals charged with their care, or simply fall through the cracks of our system. Within AKSD, these students are seen, understood, and supported as soon as they show need because of Courtney's expertise. The administration might think that they can make up the deficit in these counselors' training and experience by leaning on us educational interpreters to bridge the gap. We cannot interpret counseling sessions because we are not trained in the field and hold none of the necessary credentials, meaning the district would need to contract mental health interpreters for every meeting across all of our school sites. Outsourcing this care would not only be expensive, but extremely challenging due to the scarcity of qualified interpreters. We aren't considering shifting the workload of one counselor to another. We are considering ending Courtney's legacy of rapport and care over the last 15 years with every student from pre-K to graduation and beyond. This cut of the district's expert in mental health supports for DHH children would be an unbelievable hardship on all of our students and a tragedy for those most in need. Please, I implore you, find the money elsewhere.
Thank you for your testimony. After Ms. Arnold, we have Amber King.
Good evening. My name is Erica Arnold. I'm an ASD educator. My children are students here in the ASD, and I am a proud graduate of ASD, which makes my testimony almost impossible to deliver. It's time to make the difficult decisions. ASD did a very comprehensive analysis on the schools that need to close. It was made very clear that we need to close some schools. We cannot keep them all open. There are almost 43,000 kids in Anchorage School District, and every single one of them will be affected by the cuts proposed in this new budget. We have to think big picture. Why wouldn't we close these schools? 350 educators will lose their jobs. Each classroom teacher will acquire 4 more kids in their classrooms. And in my school alone, that would be 34 students in a 2nd grade class and 29 kindergartners. It's simply not acceptable. We can transfer our students and move our students. They are very flexible. We can give them another home, a school that will love them. Thank you, Rush and Jack, for preparing for your new students at Nunaca. How about our Abbott Loop students from the closure last year? They are thriving at their new schools. Thank you, Cassoon and Trailside. Students are resilient and teachers will love them. Eliminating all activities in middle school, high school swimming, hockey, gymnastics, dive, all eliminated. These kids need these activities to anchor them. Close in Eagle River High School and combine the 700 and 900 students into one amazing high school full of unbeatable sports teams and a plethora of academic wants and needs. Let's combine our resources and close some schools. Imagine a kiddo that has fallen at recess and had a bad head injury. Of course, you send them to the nurse. Imagine now this school has less than 300 students. Chances are the nurse is gone for the day. Who takes care of them? Do we call 911? Imagine there are schools that are less than 50% capacity with little to no growth potential. Closing these schools could help fund those ASD nurses. What should we do? We should close the school. There's a quiet kiddo that's in your class that won't open up to anyone, and your school librarian connects with them. They just want time to look at the books and find one with a character that they can relate to. Your librarian is at the other school. Go back to your class, kiddo. A student comes to school with a broken heart. A parent has passed or a family member that has gone to jail and they feel hopeless. They want to talk to their counselor. We don't have a counselor that day. There is a school that has enough kids to fill only 7 classrooms, and there are 5 schools within 5 miles that are not full and would love to take them. Close the schools. Rezone our district. Save our educators. Save the programs that bind the kids to schools. Think big picture and make the difficult choices. Thank you guys all for listening to me tonight.
Thank you for your testimony. We have Amber King, followed by Amanda Hoffman. You will come forward. You'll state your name for the record. You have 3 minutes.
Okay. Hi, my name's Amber King, and I'm a kindergarten teacher at Ravenwood Elementary. Before moving to Alaska 4 years ago, I taught in Texas. Each year in the district, I have experienced growing class sizes, shifting curricula, and increasing demands from the district and the state. By November of my first year in ASD, I felt defeated. I called AEA explaining I wanted to quit teaching due to these demands. I feel that to ASD, I'm just an employee number, but to my students and families, I'm so much more. After sitting through the budget cut meeting last Friday, I struggled to hold back tears. Currently, I have 25 kindergarten students in my classroom. I struggle to meet their needs every single day. Many students have never attended preschool and arrive with vastly different academic and social skill levels. Some need early intervention for speech, behavioral, or learning delays, interventions that are already difficult to provide. Now, class sizes are expected to grow by 4 more students while reducing our support staff.
I fear for the future of my students and my ability to provide for them. The Alaska Reads Act requires by law extensive intervention, documentation, and frequent parent meetings for students performing below grade level. With more students and less time, these required supports become harder to provide. We all know ASD has a problem retaining educators. I see my colleagues having the same experiences, and they're choosing to explore opportunities outside of the district or leaving education. Many of our newest staff members, after investing time in building relationships and establishing themselves within a school community, are being involuntarily displaced. This uproots not only them, but often their own children, forcing them to start over in an entirely new environment. We know the detrimental effects that changing schools has on our students, and yet we're asking our educators to do the same thing. This disruption affects not just their careers, but their well-being, morale, and ability to provide continuity and support for their students. We are being asked to do so much more with so much less. And at the end of the day, it's our children who face the consequences of these proposed changes. There has to be another way to resolve the budget deficit, one that does not come at the expense of our children's futures. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. By telephone, we have Amanda Hoffman, and then followed in person by Martha May Gould Leahy and Leah Lyons, if you want to come down. Ms. Hoffman, it's *6 to unmute, and you have 3 minutes.
Good evening. My name is Amanda Hoffman. My Athabasca name is Kushtano. I highly recommend the move for the Alaska Native Cultural Charter School to a permanent home at Lakewood Elementary. I'm a parent of a student and the 21st Century Coordinator at ANCCS. My previous positions with the district, I was with Indigenous Education. I was a community counselor at East and the Cultural Enrichment Specialist. As a community counselor, I've seen firsthand many students move to Anchorage from the rural area, and we're in complete culture shock. With urbanization, more people coming to Anchorage from rural areas for medical, financial, education, and more resources, ANCCS moving to a larger location will be able to help more of these students succeed in education with feeling more comfortable and having a little piece of home within the school. Our school currently has a wait list for many grade levels. My stepdaughter moved in with us beginning of the school year and is still on the wait list for 7th grade. Our parent committee's goal is to grow our school, serve more students, and Lakewood will help with that. Having to move to several locations within the past 5 years is disruptive on our students' education. Having this permanent location will also help with our families. I know several families have moved closer to the current location we are at. And please consider ANCCS for the Lakewood location for final move and a home. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Ms. Gould Leahy, if you'll state your name for the record, you have 3 minutes.
I'm Martha Gould Lee. I'm a founder for the charter school, and I recognize several of you on the board, and I want to thank you for the support of Anchorage School District. In the past, we struggled in the beginning, barely making our 150 count. We were in a church, and still families came. Later that year, we moved into an old furniture building, and we could literally open the door and yell across to the next teacher to keep an eye on our students while we used the bathroom. And from there, we went to the old Willowa School, which was then owned by the Northern Pacific Academy, until the air quality there, the air vacuum system, whatever, didn't work and didn't circulate the air. Then we were moved to East High School. All those years from 2008 to 2023, when we finally got over to Abbott Loop, our students never had a playground. We never had adequate storage. We had several obstacles. We never had a real kitchen. But our parents came. That old adage, if you build it, they will come. There is a need in this community for our school. we fill a unique position. And we really, our desire is to be on the east side of town, but there is no school open here right now for permanent. We thought Baxter was, but that was taken off the table. So we do implore you for a permanent home, because in 3 years we have to move again. The fire marshal only gave us the 5-year grace period. And we're in our 2nd year. So we're asking the school district to please consider. We know there's many things you guys have to do, but please don't forget us. We have struggled. We're still here. We intend to stay. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Ms. Lyons, followed by Robin Weatherall.
Thank you for allowing me to speak today. My name is Leah Lyons, and I am one of the few deaf education teachers that works at the Alaska State School for the Deaf and Hard of Hearing. I am here today to ask that you consider removing the AKSD counselor position from the list of proposed staffing reductions. A deaf counselor can serve as a role model for students who are deaf and hard of hearing. Representation matters, and having someone in a position of authority who shares the same cultural and linguistic background can help students feel understood and validated. It can also reduce feelings of isolation and promote self-empowerment. Deaf students may feel more comfortable discussing sensitive issues with a counselor who understands their experiences and their struggles related to being deaf. There is a shared understanding of the challenges faced in navigating a hearing-dominated world, which can make students feel more at ease. Direct communication allows for quicker clarification of issues. If a student is trying to explain something, the counselor can ask follow-up questions or offer feedback immediately, without needing to wait for an interpreter or risk losing the meaning during translation. Both the counselor and the student can get to the heart of the matter more effectively. In urgent or emergency situations, direct communication with the counselor can be critical. Time-sensitive issues can be addressed more quickly when there's no need to rely on finding an interpreter or waiting for them to arrive. This could make all the difference in providing timely support. Having a counselor with direct communication access is a valuable asset in ensuring that students feel supported and understood and empowered throughout their counseling experience. It can significantly enhance the quality of relationship support and build stronger, more effective relationships. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you for your testimony. Robin Weatherall, followed by Courtney Westman. You'll state your name for the record. You have 3 minutes. You'll please turn the microphone up. There you go. It's on.
Oh, sorry. Do I get to start again? Good evening. I'm Robin Weatherall, and I'm part of the Gifted Identification team. I'm here to talk about budget cuts. Last year, Dr. Bryant said it's past time to close some campuses and consolidate our schools. I agree. The district needs to close some elementary schools. Over the last decade, ASD enrollment has dropped 10%. That is the equivalent of 6 of the 60-plus elementary schools, yet only 1 school was closed. This year, most 6th graders across the district were moved to middle school. This change affected over 40 schools with an enrollment move equivalent to 6 elementary schools, yet only 2 schools are slated to be closed. The district could save billions of dollars by closing 10 to 12 elementary schools, from building costs to maintenance to supplies to staffing. I was informed the district does not have the ability to close more than a few schools at once. The closures would be consolidated into already established schools. Focus should be on moving items such as class furniture and curriculum. Other items can be moved as time allows. It is far cheaper to pay extra for staff to prepare for closures and to hire outside movers than to needlessly keep schools open. To date, the 3 schools that have actually closed or will be closed are Title I schools. Closures need to happen in all areas of the city, not just in low-income neighborhoods. Consolidating elementary schools will help keep the programs that make our schools robust. The school board's vision includes the statement, every student deserves the opportunity to achieve to his or her potential. The Ignite program helps our brightest students reach their potential. The Ignite program encourages the skills and characteristics highlighted in ASD's Portrait of a Graduate, the district's vision for college, career, and life readiness. Ignite incorporates the habits of mind through our lessons. We strive to help students become self-directed learners. Our hands-on units of instruction encourage fully engaged learners whose curiosities are piqued. Students connect with their peers as they work in teams to learn how to actively listen and collaborate. Students use critical and creative thinking as they solve problems. They learn as they fail, adapt, and try again in a safe environment. They gain confidence and believe they can improve with practice. They learn to be resilient and to persevere. We need to keep Ignite so our brightest students reach their potential. The district's administrators constantly talk about right sizing in order to meet financial constraints. Let's change that talk to action. Close some elementary schools.
Your time has expired. Thank you for your testimony. We have Courtney Westman, followed by Nick Sura and Rosalind Grady Wish on by telephone. You have 3 minutes.
Hello, my name is Courtney Westman. I am the Alaska State School for the Deaf and Hard of Hearing counselor, I've been in this position for 15 years. I wanted to thank you all for allowing me the opportunity to share my testimony. I would like to request that you remove this counselor position from the budget cut proposal. My reasoning is it is crucial to have a counselor who is fluent in American Sign Language and understands the needs of deaf and hard of hearing students. For example, I am able to offer emotional and academic support during one-on-one counseling, communicating directly in American Sign Language. Every student has a different signing ability, and I'm able to adapt my signing to match their level, allowing me to interact with them effectively. When a student experiences a crisis, they deserve the opportunity to express themselves freely in American Sign Language without the need for interpreting services. By contrast, if a student is paired with a hearing counselor with an interpreter, it must be a contracted interpreter, and they're only facilitating communication. And what this results in is students often missing out on important linguistic features. It is important to know that this interpreting process cannot be done by an educational interpreter. It is essential to include the grammatical nuances in American Sign Language for linguistic and counseling support, and I can help in with the intonation and signs as needed. Some students experience language deprivation, meaning no one in their household is fluent in the language that they understand. And these students come to Alaska State School for the Deaf and receive 100% access through ASL fluent staff members. Our students have the right or direct communication with their educational environment. Deaf, Deaf Plus, and hard of hearing students have the right to direct communication with their staff personnel, as well as the Deaf Plus population. And what this means is a student who is deaf and also has another disability, and this can significantly delay their language development. There is a significant shortage of freelance and contract interpreters in the community right now, and we have a separate group of educational interpreters who work with the district. Although educational interpreters build rapport with their students, it's not ethical for them to interpret these crises or other personal issues that their students face. And to comply with best practice, a contractor would be required to interpret, as we often do with the Office of Children's Services, as well as law enforcement visitation. Oftentimes, these contractors are not readily available, and our students deserve to have their crisis addressed immediately, as every other student in the school district does. When it comes to suicide risk assessments, we also need to have these conducted immediately by a school counselor to measure the level of risk. Having to wait on a contract interpreter causes more harm. I am proud to say that I am an Alaska State School for the Deaf alumni. I graduated from here, and I have experienced the mainstream program and the educational struggles with an interpreter. It was a struggle for me, and having that experience enables me to better support our deaf and hard of hearing students on how to use interpreting services, how to advocate for themselves, and how to learn in this educational environment. I'm also there to guide them on how to advocate for a note taker if needed, and these self-advocacy skills are essential for succeeding in education. And again, I am proud to be an alumni of my school. I am a role model for our students who may not have ever interacted with a deaf professional in the way that they do with me. I am one of them. The Alaska State School for the Deaf and Hard of Hearing is considered the largest operating bilingual deaf ed program in the state, with other districts collaborating with our school counselor in person and via Zoom for distance. The remarkable aspect of our program is that all participants are fluent in American Sign Language and provide direct communication access to all the students around the state of Alaska. Thank you so much for listening to my testimony. Have a wonderful evening.
Thank you very much for your testimony. We go to telephone Nick Sura. If you can hit *6 to unmute. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you. Dear Anchorage School Board, I'm deeply concerned about the proposed budget cuts for next school year, particularly the impact on students at Hanshu Middle School. With a student population of over 800, eliminating an assistant principal position will significantly reduce the support available to students, teachers, and families. One assistant principal alone will struggle to effectively enforce school rules, address safety concerns, bullying, and resolve conflicts. Additionally, the loss of 10 instructional positions at Hanshu will lead to significantly larger class sizes, as it will in all other middle schools in Anchorage School District. In overcrowded classrooms, struggling students will receive less attention, and teachers will need to spend more time managing behaviors rather than focusing on instruction. This will result in lower academic performance. Furthermore, without the AP position, teachers and students will lose a critical source of support, making it more difficult to maintain a productive learning environment. The proposed elimination of all middle school sports will further harm students. Athletics provide students opportunities to build friendships, stay active, and stay engaged in school. Without these essential programs, many students will lose a key source of motivation and connection to their school. I urge you to consider the detrimental effects that these cuts will have on all families and students we are here to serve. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Also by telephone, Rosalind Grady Wish, *6 to unmute.
Good evening, Chair Holloman and members. My name is Rosalind Grady White. Most of you know me as Roz. My students call me Miss Roz. And as the education chair of the NAACP Anchorage branch, I am an advocate for our students, our teachers, and our community. I am here for advocacy, so I hope I don't get into trouble. Let's talk about it. I could follow lead, but I won't, because let me be clear, my issue is not with our school board or our ASD cabinet. My issue is with our governor, who session after session has refused to invest in education, choosing politics over the future of our children. We need people to understand that this is not just a funding crisis, this is a constitutional violation. The Alaska Constitution is clear, education is a fundamental right. Our state government has a duty, a legal and moral obligation to fully fund public education. Moore versus Alaska reinforced that responsibility. The courts ruled that the state was failing its students, especially those in marginalized communities, yet here we are again fighting the same battle. This is not on our school district, this is on our governor. This is on our legislators who continue to undermine education while pushing dangerous agendas like Project 2025. They tell us there's no money for schools, but somehow there's money for prisons, pet projects, and everything except our children. Enough is enough. Anchorage is home to the most diverse school district in the nation. That means our responsibility is greater, our challenges are unique, and our investment in public education must reflect that. But instead of investing in our future, in our children, and our workforce, our governor is choosing to starve our schools of the funding they need for his agenda. This is a moral failure because when we underfund education, we push teachers out of the profession, overcrowd classrooms, take away resources from students who need them the most. all of our students and families, we are failing. Our superintendent has called us to use our voices in advocacy, and I echo that call. We must hold our governor and our state legislators accountable, demand a permanent increase in base student allocation, a long-term commitment to fully funding public education, and an end to political agendas that put our students at risk. Call to action. To our school board and our district leaders, I see your efforts. You shouldn't have to beg for resources our schools need. To our community, now it's time to take this fight to Juneau, because if our governor won't fight for our children, we will. Tell your legislators that our children's education is non-negotiable. Anchorage, let's rise together. When we fight, we win. I know you guys remember that. This moment will not define us. How we respond will. We must stand together, advocate fiercely, and refuse to let our children be shortchanged. Because if nobody cares about our babies, I definitely do, and I know you do too. Pay attention to your school board members that are working in favor and do your research. The time is now. Advocate and call on your legislators to do their job. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Coming back into the room, we have Andre Howard and Michael Patterson. Ms. Howard, you have 6 minutes. For our citizens that need an interpreter, we allocate 6 minutes for testimony.
Hello, members of the school board. My name is Andre Howard, and I'm an ASL interpreter. I'm here today to address the impact of this budget proposal that will have on our deaf students. As someone who is committed to the success and well-being of our deaf students, I strongly encourage you to recognize the vital role that these deaf professionals play in their education. Whether teachers, paraprofessionals, counselors, or specialists, these professionals offer more than just academic support. They provide crucial emotional and social guidance. Deaf professionals offer an invaluable perspective rooted in shared experiences. Their presence in schools allows deaf students to communicate in their first language, American Sign Language, without relying on an interpreter. This creates an inclusive environment where deaf students can express themselves openly, ask questions without hesitation, and fully engage in their education. Having deaf professionals in school means that our students are not only learning academic content, they are also learning how to advocate for themselves, build relationships, and develop confidence in who they are. This kind of support is vital for the personal growth and academic success. I understand that budgets are tight and difficult decisions must be made, but I ask you that you think of the long-term social and academic impact on our deaf students if these professionals are taken away. Without them, we risk isolating these students, limiting their opportunities for growth, and undermining the very purpose of our educational system, to provide every child without support that they need. I strongly urge you to keep deaf professionals in our schools so our deaf students have the opportunities they deserve to thrive in an environment that recognizes the values and their unique needs and perspectives. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you very much for your testimony. We have Michael Patterson, followed by Nicole Larson.
Hello, my name is Michael Patterson, and I'm a parent of a student at the Alaska Native Culture Charter School. I'm also a member of the Academic Policy Committee, and I'm the vice president for the board. I'm providing testimony in support of the relocation of Alaska Native Culture Charter School to Lakewood Elementary as part of the Right Sizing Initiative. ANCCS provides a specialized learning environment that enables Alaska Native students to thrive academically, socially, and culturally. As a vital component of the Anchorage School District, ANCCS has consistently delivered positive academic results for Alaska Native students and serves as the only Title I charter school. And to be clear, charter schools are public schools. And I just want to add that my son, who's in 3rd grade now, I was concerned that he was going to be behind because when the lockdowns were happening, he was in kindergarten and I had to teach him. So he entered school with a deficit. But now my son is in Ignite. My son's in 3rd grade and he's thriving. He's talking about his culture. He knows way more than I do, but don't tell him I told you that. No. And I just, and on a less positive note, I do want to add that something I've been thinking about a lot lately, given what's going on, is the more things change, the more they stay the same. And to me, when I talked to my son's grandfather, who went to a boarding school, who was abused for speaking his language, and then I get to see my son at a school like ANCCS, you know, that's the only thing that I feel like has actually changed. And ANCCS to me is a way to right a historical wrong that has been brought upon the Alaska Native peoples in this state. And I know you don't have the power to tell Juneau what to do, but you do have the power to give ANCCS a home, a permanent home, so that every 2 to 3 to 5 years, we're not in survival mode. Our school will grow. It's already grown with just the one building that we've had. We will deliver programs that intervene when our kids are struggling with math and reading. The school works. The school is the antithesis to the historic tyranny of boarding schools. And it's really your responsibility as school district officials to support this school. And it's my responsibility as a parent and as an APC board member to tell you that it's your responsibility to support ANCCS. And so I'll end on a positive note. I really appreciate the communication that the school district has had with us. Like I said a long time ago when I came here, this is the only interaction I have with local government that I actually feel is productive. And I appreciate all your professionalism and your communication, but it's time that we grow.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Next, we have Nicole Larson, followed by Clara Baldwin.
Hello, members of the school board. My name is Nicole Larson, and I am an ASL interpreter. Maintaining a school counselor position is essential for supporting the emotional, social, and academic well-being of our students. Counselors provide a safe space for students to express themselves, work through challenges, and develop healthy coping strategies. They also play a vital role in addressing the mental health concerns, promoting positive behavior, and fostering a supportive school environment. By keeping a counselor on staff, we ensure every student has access to the resources they need to succeed both inside and outside the classroom. We risk delaying or denying support services to students because of the need to arrange for an interpreter to ensure that students who require assistance can still effectively communicate and receive the support that they need when we remove an on-site counselor who is capable of providing the direct communication access to these services. This additional service will incur extra costs, as providing professional interpretation services ensures that all students, regardless of language barriers, can access counseling support in a meaningful and productive way. It is important to understand while this service is crucial for maintaining inclusivity and accessibility, the added expense emphasizes the value of keeping the deaf education program counselor position available on site to directly serve students' needs in a timely manner. I strongly urge you to reconsider this decision, not only from a financial perspective, but also in terms of ensuring the best support for all students and staff, including those within AKSD. The impact of cutting this position could be far-reaching, ultimately costing the district more than we anticipate. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you for your testimony. Next, we have Clara Baldwin.
Good evening, ASD School Board. My name is Clara Baldwin, and I currently serve the district as an Assistant Director for Special Education. I oversee the Alaska State School for the Deaf and Hard of Hearing. I'm here tonight to address the proposed budget cuts that will directly impact our deaf and hard of hearing students. I will be speaking in my primary language, American Sign Language. You see, the seat that I'm sitting in tonight is made possible by the great educational upbringing I had. While growing up, I accessed a rigorous bilingual education program and was constantly surrounded by American Sign Language fluent peers and adults. These ASL fluent adults have enabled a lot of confidence in who I am and how I approach my deaf identity. I am forever grateful for their presence in my life, in which I eventually saw myself as a leader. I found myself in Alaska because I truly believe that deaf and hard of hearing students deserve the same experience I had, but better. We want to raise the future generation to excel. I found myself in Alaska because I want to be there for deaf and hard of hearing individuals. They deserve the same experience I have, but so much better. The Alaska State School for the Deaf and Hard of Hearing has been informed that there are 4 positions up for cut. While I completely understand the dire situation of our budget and the lack of increase in BSA funding, I still would like to stress the importance of consideration in retaining these positions. Our staff members are fluent in ASL, and by our standards, using the Sign Language Proficiency Interview Score. The SLPI is the nationwide standard that assesses ASL fluency, and we use this to identify our staff members' fluency. It makes our program special because not everyone in the district possesses the skills and fluency in ASL that we require. When we lose those positions, we lose ASL fluent professionals. Our students deserve the access to direct interaction with any AKSD HH staff member. Our students should not have to wait for an ASL interpreter to be arranged so they can interact with non-ASL fluent district personnel. Our students deserve to look up to adults who are fluent as ASL in their language model. This will not only enable them to be successful, productive members of society, but to develop a healthy sense of identity. Sure, our program is small, but we need to remember that deafness is a low incidence disability. We have collaborated with other districts, and we are the largest running bilingual, which includes ASL and written English, program here in the state. Other districts rely on us for support with their deaf and hard of hearing students. And we have utilized counseling and intervention coaching services with them. The proposed cuts will have a dire impact on the program and other districts' ability to access ASL fluent professionals. Tonight, I am confident that you have seen the scale of our program and the support our communities have for the Alaska State School for the Deaf and Hard of Hearing. We are small, but our impact is so immense. Thank you for your time and consideration tonight.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Also, we have by telephone Nancy Bale. If you are ready, *6 to unmute, and you have 3 minutes. Again, it's *6 to unmute our system for your phone. And if there's a difficulty, we can come back in a few minutes and check and try to get you again. We did show her as being connected. Yeah. Yeah. We'll wait and try Ms. Bale again at a later point. We have reached the end of our first hour of public testimony. Is there a motion to continue public testimony until everyone's finished, or do we want to go back on our regular agenda? Member Higgins?
I'd like to move to continue public testimony, and to hear everybody. Thank you.
Okay.
I'll second.
Okay. Moved and seconded. If there's no objection from anyone on the board, we will complete the testimony. What I would like to ask is for a 10-minute recess for board members to take a short break. We'll come back and hear from everybody else that's here at that point. We're in recess. Thank you. We have almost all of our board members back. Member Higgins, if you're in the room, if you'll come back to your seat. Member Higgins, if you can return to your seat. We are ready to resume testimony. Thank you. We'll call us back into order at 8:27. We're going to continue with public testimony and looking to Nancy Bale by telephone. Ms. Bale, if you can hear me, it's *6 to unmute.
Good evening, Chair Holloman. Thank you for extending the period of time to comment and tolerating my fickle phone. My name is Nancy Bale, and I've been a school nurse in the ASD since fall 2005. I understand how difficult the situation around our prospective budget is, and I sympathize with those of you who've had to create it. That said, and with understanding and compassion for all of those present and affected by this budget, I have a few points to make about the particular impact of the nurse cuts in this proposed budget on our kids. First, going to 0.5 FTE for 26 schools of less than 300 students is unrealistic and will not work, and it jeopardizes student safety. Here's an example. A school with, say, 275 students with several unstable diabetics, or students with seizures who may require rescue medication, or students with care plans for allergies. These students need care over the full school day, not 0.5 FTE. Simple numeric cutoffs do not take into account acuity and are not safe. Second, in modern schools, we welcome students with chronic conditions. In this day and age, they receive complex nursing care in classrooms, not at home or in an institution. This is why we as a society have decided to do it, but it only works with robust full-time nursing staffing. And third, reducing nurse staffing unreasonably burdens other already decreased staff in this budget. Perhaps those who prepared the budget did not realize that when a nurse is not in the building, the nurse must train paraprofessionals or teachers to perform delegable tasks, keeping in mind that not all nursing tasks are delegable. Without a nurse on site, the already overtaxed staff must either perform these duties or these particular children with chronic conditions won't be able to attend school safely. There are many other concerns about staffing for school nurses, but I won't go on past my 3 minutes, only to just say that I'll be in Juneau this year advocating for a statutory increase in the BSA, as I have been for the school nurses for several years, not only because it helps to retain essential professionals such as school nurses, but because our kids deserve coverage from all levels of practice. We, with our voices, can help a BSA bill pass, as we did last year. But then, after that, we'll need to stay on it to continue advocating to help it survive a gubernatorial veto. Thank you for the opportunity to testify.
Thank you for your testimony. Back in person, we have Manuel Acuna and Lizzie Acuna as our two next testifiers. You'll come forward and state your name for the record. You each have 3 minutes.
Hello. Waka, my name is Manny Acuna, and I've been the proud parent of the ANCCS community since 2008. I am also the Academic Policy Committee Board President for ANCCS. I'm here to provide testimony in support of the relocation of the Alaska Native Cultural Charter School, the Lakewood Elementary, as part of the Right Sizing Initiative. ANCCS provides a specialized learning environment that enables Alaska Native students to thrive academically, socially, and culturally. As a vital component of the Anchorage School District, ANCCS has consistently delivered positive academic results for Alaska Native students and serves as the only Title I charter school. This school is special and is so much more than just a school to most of our families. It's a community that helps each other. Have you ever heard the term, "it takes a village to raise a child"? The phrase emphasizes the importance of a supportive community for a child's growth, and our school exemplifies this Alaska Native value to its core. I'm at our school quite a bit, so I personally see the positive impact that program has on our students. It's a safe place for many of them, and our student attendance shows our kids want to be there because we make a difference. But the stress and difficulties of not having a permanent home for our community disrupts everyone involved. ANCCS requires not an improvement, but rather a fundamental need, a dedicated facility to ensure the continued provision of its high-quality program. Achieving long-term stability will only serve to amplify the positive impact ANCCS has on both ASD and the greater community. Our school only has until the 27-28 school year to stay at our current location of 8427 Lake Otis Parkway. That does not give us much more time to secure a permanent home for our school. We cannot gamble on speculation and the hope of another school closure. Our school needs to act on what is available now so we can secure a bright future for our children. I also just want to add, next week I'll be traveling to Juneau on behalf of the IBW. I'll be speaking to legislation, and I'm happy to say that one of our top priorities is increasing funding for public education in the state. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. You'll state your name for the record. You have 3 minutes.
Waka, my name is Lizzie Acuna, and I am here as a parent and as a staff member of Alaska Native Cultural Charter School. I've been part of this school for the last 15 years, and within that 15 years, I have watched this school grow. We have humble beginnings. My oldest daughter went to ANCCS when it was an old furniture store. When we found out that we'd be going to Willowa Elementary, the old Willowa Elementary School, we were so excited. But unfortunately, we had to leave that school because of the COVID-19 pandemic and the ventilation issues in that building. Since then, we have yet to find a place to call home. We have had temporary housing at East High School and at Abbott Elementary, for which we are extremely grateful. However, I am worried about our future. With only a little over 3 years left at Abbott Loop, our students need a place to call home, a place for stability to continue our students' academic and social growth, a place for our students to learn about Alaska Native people and culture, a place to meet our full potential. I am asking you tonight to consider ANCCS to relocate and finally give us a home at Lakewood Elementary. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you for your testimony. Karen's, and I'm sorry I'm going to mispronounce this, Strach or Strachi. Thank you. Followed by Paul Neckel.
Hello, my name is Karen Strachey, and I am the parent of 2 students who receive special education services in the Anchorage School District. I'm here tonight to express my concerns about the proposed budget cuts to the Alaska State School for the Deaf and Hard of Hearing, or AKSD, which includes eliminating the positions of the intervention coach and the counselor. My daughter is deaf and she does attend AKSD. She is bilingual and uses cochlear implants as well as American Sign Language, or ASL. She has and always will be given the autonomy to choose her language. We feel that it is crucial for her to be able to communicate in ASL for many reasons, but definitely when she just is dysregulated and struggles in school. ASL is unique as in that 90% of deaf and hard of hearing children are born to hearing parents, like my daughter is. Most of these families do not know or learn ASL, and making school the primary place for these children to learn ASL and work on their linguistic development. While my family is learning ASL, we are not fluent yet and cannot provide the language exposure that the native deaf signers can provide to her. It is imperative for her language development that she receives direct communication in ASL by deaf adult role models. For students like my daughter who need additional support for their social and emotional development, attention difficulties, or behavioral concerns, having professionals who are available immediately on site to address and de-escalate any issues in their chosen language and at their language skill level is invaluable. And not only this, but the deaf professionals are able to build rapport with these students in their language through their shared experience and offer culturally appropriate help that hearing professionals, even with an interpreter, are not able to provide effectively. Bringing in a hearing professional would incur the added cost of a certified interpreter every single time an issue arises. This would also cause delays in the services that the child would receive while they try to find an available interpreter and get them on site into the classroom. During this wait, that could potentially be hours while they find an interpreter, the child could be escalating and be disruptive to not only their own learning, but the learning of their classmates. For my daughter who has difficulties with attention, it would also further complicate an already challenging situation by expecting her to split her attention between a hearing professional and the interpreter. This would not be effective or in her best interest. The Anchorage School District, I believe, would be doing a disservice to our hard of hearing children by removing any deaf professionals from their academic environment. These professionals create meaningful interactions with the students, promote inclusivity, and have a deeper understanding of the needs of our children than we could ever understand. Given that hearing loss is a low incident disability and that Alaska has such a small deaf community, we must do everything in our power to retain the few deaf professionals that we do have here. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. We have Mr. Nextel followed by Amy Bobbich. Yes.
My name is Paul Nechtel. I'm here on behalf to speak on behalf of the Alaska Native Cultural Charter School, a spectacular charter school success story. I'm a 15-year plus education volunteer in Alaska schools, and particularly in the Anchorage School District. As a badminton coach, I have visited 50 plus schools around AK, including villages, and 100 plus schools in the lower 48. Anchorage Native Cultural Charter, Alaska Native Cultural Charter School is truly special. 3 things are special about ANCCS and why they deserve a permanent home. Participation rates at the school in sports, and these are club sports. These are not the high expense, either like flag football or whatever. Participation rates are phenomenal. 1.5 years ago, this school didn't have a gym. Now 80% of the students participate in one or more after-school sports-related activities. Other thing that makes ANCCS special, they have a wait list of 100 plus. This is even after increasing the enrollment for 24-25 by close to 100. ANCCS education is in demand. Most of the students are Indigenous, but it's not a requirement that you have to be. The other thing that's important is Native values are universal values. And it's on the wall at the school. I'm just going to read them and then I'm done. Share what you have. Accept what life brings. See connections. The next one I love, honor your elders. Know who you are. Live carefully. Have patience. Show respect to others and take care of others. Thank you for the opportunity to speak to the school board.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Next, we have Amy Bobbich. If she's in the room. Oh, okay. Jillian Schroeder and Tasha Yachmanev. Apologize for butchering the name. Okay. Yes, you have 3 minutes.
Hi, my name is Jillian Schroeder. I'm the parent of 2 children. My son Matthias attends 3rd grade at College Gate, go Cougars, and my daughter attends kindergarten at the Alaska State School for the Deaf and Hard of Hearing. I would first like to thank my mom for staying with my kiddos so my husband and I can be here. And I would like to thank you all for the work that you do and your dedication to the education of every child in the school district. I do not envy you the position that you're in, and I certainly do not blame you. The failure to fund state education in a meaningful and sustainable way lays squarely with state leadership, and trust me, they will be hearing from me. I am here today to advocate for my daughter. Linnea was born deaf, and this came as a huge surprise to me and my husband. We have no family history of deafness. I never really met a deaf person before my own daughter. As you can imagine, this was an overwhelming experience for us, especially in the beginning. The Alaska State School for the Deaf and Hard of Hearing has been a lifeline for our family. When my daughter was just a few months old, we began attending a family-centered American Sign Language class once a week in the evening, a class that is taught by a professional in one of the positions proposed for cut. 5 years in, and we are fully invested in ASL instruction for Linnea. My daughter loves school. She is thriving. The deaf professionals in the positions of school counselor and intervention coach are essential to my daughter's education and the functioning of the deaf school. These positions are held by deaf professionals fluent in American Sign Language with expertise in the needs of deaf and hard of hearing students. I have worked hard to learn American Sign Language since Linnea was born, but my husband and I cannot give Linnea the fluent access to American Sign Language that has been so essential to her language development. For this, we rely on the instruction and support Linnea receives at the Alaska State School for the Deaf and Hard of Hearing, including the school counselor and intervention coach. By the way, I can tell you my daughter adores the professionals in these 2 positions, and so do I. I fear that if these positions were removed, they would not be easily restored. Recruiting and hiring deaf professionals to Alaska is difficult. We have these valuable human resources here now. Do not take that away. Again, I do not envy you the position you are in, but I am asking that you keep these 2 specific positions, the school counselor and the behavioral intervention coach, at the Alaska State School for the Deaf and Hard. Because my daughter and every deaf or hard of hearing student in our community has the same right to an education as any other child. The access to American Sign Language and the services the professionals in these 2 positions provide is unique and essential. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Tasha Yachmanev, and followed by Janelle Casperson. You will state your name for the record. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you. Hello, my name is Tasha Yachmanev, and I am a parent providing testimony in support of the relocation of the Alaska Native Cultural Charter School to the Lakewood Elementary School as part of the Right Sizing Initiative. I want to thank you for your time today in hearing my testimony. And when I consider best interest of children, I think about continuity, safety, least restrictive, connections, well-being, and permanency. So much of the work that we do is tied to keeping children connected to their identity, sense of belonging, and community. ANCCS does that for children, but they need the stability of a permanent building to create long-term stability to be a permanent fixture in our community. ANCCS does amazing work with the children, families, and community. Their positive impact will be amplified if that was their only focus. I understand the feeling of displacement and the negative impacts of temporary housing and the uncertainty that it brings. This is yet another location disruption for ANCCS students, families, and staff. The Abbott Loop location has been a great environment for young students, and I see the boost of morale it brought students and staff to have their own appropriate space that was safe. But it was never a long-term sustainable fix. Lakewood Elementary is. ANCCS embodies passing down traditional ways of knowing and being that are integral to this community. They have been innovative in their approach to an education environment that gives Alaska Native students hope, empowerment, a sense of belonging, and connection. They are an asset to ASD with their positive outcomes and being the only Title I charter school. ANCCS needs a permanent home. Lakewood Elementary is a long-term permanent solution. Kagasakun for your time.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Janelle Casperson, followed by Kevin Zhang, who is telephonic. You have 3 minutes.
Hello, my name is Janelle Casperson. As an educational interpreter at AKSD, I not only facilitate communication between students and staff, but I demonstrate a shared responsibility. I work collaboratively with deaf staff. These interactions are crucial to highlight the value of deaf culture. I come from a small town of Metlakatla, and so I know what it's like for other rural areas where there are limited deaf role models for our students. Since I moved to Anchorage, the hub of Alaska for this genuine deaf community with amazing resources and staff has been so amazing. Students from rural areas fly in from other villages. They leave their home to seek the opportunity of having direct communication from deaf staff and learn alongside with their deaf peers. Language deprivation, sometimes with other disabilities, in addition to being deaf, requires experienced native signers, deaf adults who have gone through the experience of navigating through a hearing world. As a hearing person myself, I am telling you that it is so vital to think about the background of each individual deaf student and their thought worlds, and how important it is to have a deaf role model in their lives. We have deaf members of the AKSD staff that have provided services for more than a decade and can speak from their own experiences as an alumni. Looking at their accomplishments and what they do for our students, it is without a doubt these kids can see a future for themselves and see that they have an endless realm of possibilities as they move forward through their own deaf lens. Working with deaf staff has helped me to understand the deaf perception better, but I will never fully understand. Students should be able to connect with their counselors and teachers in a direct way through deaf eyes whenever possible. Think about the isolation some students must face, especially in rural areas, where there is little access to other individuals that are fluent in American Sign Language. I imagine your plan is to expect our AKSD students to be assigned to one hearing counselor's caseload and have an interpreter present, and your problem is not solved. I can't stress enough how much of a disservice this is. It is a crippling blow to their development and as they navigate how to become working members of society. We have perfectly qualified and experienced deaf persons here willing and able to do their job. And thinking of this practically, let's say you need an interpreter immediately following a high-stakes situation with a student. Educational interpreters who are part of the AKSD staff are meant to stay in their role as interpreters for mainstream classes. If there's any reprimand of any sort, or you need emotional support, you must call a contracted interpreter, which is somebody outside of the school district. So your only other option is to possibly wait for hours. You have all that you need already here within the Alaska State School for the Deaf and Hard of Hearing. Listen to your community when we tell you that you cannot afford to lose these critical positions. Ignoring our voices here tonight.
Thank you for your testimony. We have Kevin Zhang by telephone. He's not on line. Mr. Zhang, if you hear me and call back in, we will circle back around at the end. Byron Jensen, and followed by Erica Monahan. Okay, I'm sorry, Erica Monahan will be telephonic. You have 3 minutes.
Hello, good evening. My name is Byron. And my role at the Alaska State School for the Deaf is intervention coach, behavioral intervention coach. I wanted to share a little bit about my background. I have fortunate to have a background similar to Clara. I grew up in a rich language environment. I am deaf and so are my parents. I come from a deaf family. I went to a school for the deaf and I was lucky to have that rich language environment where everybody around me knew sign language. I could communicate directly. I was able to go to college. I was able to graduate from Idaho State University. And I think all of that, it's all due to my ability to have communication and language my whole life. I really wanted to come and check out Alaska and see what was going on here. And one thing that I noticed was how so many things here are challenging compared to the lower 48. The cost of living, jobs, and also being a member of the deaf community. I worked at Whaley School for a while as an intervention coach, and I also worked at North Star Hospital for a while. I've been around a lot of the community here, and I've seen a lot of the behavior intervention needs within Anchorage School District. When the intervention coach opened up, I applied for it, and I really connected with a lot of the students that I work with. One student in particular was mainstream. They were the only deaf student in the whole entire program. And there were many, many issues until I showed up there as another deaf person. They were not alone anymore. They were able to communicate with me, somebody who knew their language and understood them. I worked itinerantly within the Anchorage School District as well. And one of the most important things about having my position as well as the other deaf professional positions is, again, that direct communication where students are able to use their language naturally to communicate with their education. And a little bit more about my background as well. I just wanted to say I was really lucky and fortunate to be the first person in my family who is all deaf to graduate from college. And also being here at the Anchorage School District and seeing the limited resources that are here for our deaf students and seeing what is accessible for students and what the limitations are as well. Myself as a deaf professional and having had the life experience that I have had, I do have the ability to really adjust my language needs to what the students need to really communicate with them effectively. I also wanted to talk about the ASL class at Anchorage High School. I heard that that position is going to be affected as well. And I would like to consider keeping that ASL position at the high school, which is teaching ASL as a second language. It's been really great to see how many hearing students are learning American Sign Language, and it really provides a sense of place and self for the deaf students in our program to have peers that they can communicate with. It's wonderful to see that connection and how it's positively impacted the deaf students at East High School. There are students who took classes at East Anchorage High School in the ASL program, and now they have come back to work within our program under AKSD as teachers, assistant paraprofessionals. It's wonderful to see that growth. So I'd like to also advocate for keeping the position of the ASL teacher at East Anchorage High School. I know that you guys have some very difficult decisions to make, and you're all under the microscope right now in the community for the decisions that you have to make. But I do want to thank you for your consideration and your time for letting me share about what's really important to me and my community.
Thank you for your testimony. We have Erica Monahan by telephone. Monahan, if you hit *6, you can unmute yourself, and you will have 3 minutes. You're still muted. Again, *6 to unmute. We're unable to hear you at this time, but we will check.
Pardon.
There you go.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much for the opportunity to testify. My name is Erica Monahan, and I am a parent of 2 children in the Anchorage School District, and I'm calling tonight to testify about the budget. I recognize that the real beef here is with the state legislature, and I plan to advocate and encourage other people to advocate for the legislature to come through with more funding. And I appreciate the comments of so many of my students, especially Rosie, to that effect. That said, there are a number of hard choices that school board is faced with right now. I don't envy you your decision, and so I want to share a bit of my prioritization. Those who have heard me testify so far know that I am a fundamentals person. We have an obligation, as Member Lessons pointed out, articulated in the state constitution and other judicial decisions, to educate towards fundamentals: reading, writing, math, science. And those are the basics that we cannot escape. In straitened circumstances, we need to attend to that first. Second, well, and how do you do that? It means, and this is so untasteful to even hear these words coming out of my mouth, that you cut teacher experts before you cut teachers, but counseling coordinators before you cut counselors. I'm glad to hear the superintendent's comments about a formula of 81% of the budget goes towards people with direct contact. Given how dire the circumstances is, maybe it needs to be higher. If 60 teachers are proposed to be cut, what are the middle management positions that are being cut? And to share more about my priorities, if I don't know if I have time, I haven't prepared so much because I am a history professor and my students are preparing a paper on what Aristotle's Pet Politics says to them about how to form government and how that may fit or diverge with the 21st century view. And I've spent an hour and a half talking with students prior to this meeting, but kind of off the cuff. Fundamentals first, but enrichment in high school is also so important. What does that mean? You cut academies and vocational training before you cut sports and art and music. And my daughter is in Ignite. They dissected a cow's eye. Since then, she's come home and she's saying, hey, maybe I want to be a doctor. Isn't it crazy how the mammal body works? Maybe what does it take to do surgery? Alaska needs more.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Your time has expired. Moving on our list, we have Jesse Carlstrom, followed by Dwayne Mays. We'll state your name for the record. You have 3 minutes. If you'll turn your microphone. There, it's on. There we go. Up, back on. There we go. Got it.
Thank you. I'm Jesse Carlstrom. I'm the father of Linnea. She's a kindergarten student at the Alaska State School for the Deaf and Hard of Hearing. I am so impressed with the staff at the Alaska State School for the Deaf and Hard of Hearing and the progress that my daughter's made in her first few 5 years of her life is amazing. She's thriving with this program. And I see it's a direct result of the staff, the talented and invested staff. And I can't fathom losing any of these folks. We're not talking about a large number of employees, of staff, but their loss would be a huge impact on my daughter and the entire deaf community, not just at the school, but the community as a whole. And in that token too, I'd like to advocate for the preservation of the School for Deaf and Hard of Hearing staff, and as well as the ASL program at East High School. So as my daughter grows and thrives in Anchorage, she'll have other ASL speakers to grow with. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Mr. Mays, followed by Charles McKee.
Can you hear me? Very good. Everybody that's testified on behalf of the Alaska State School for the Deaf, it's in my presentation here. So as I was walking up here, I would just be saying the same thing over and over again. So I'm going to wing it. I'm retired from state service. I worked for the state of Alaska for 35 years. Back in 1989, I started out as a rehabilitation counselor for the deaf, hard of hearing, and deafblind. for the Alaska Division of Vocational Rehabilitation. I did that for 9 years. I worked closely side by side with the Alaska State School for the Deaf, and in particular, the counselor at that time. I then moved up into management within the Division of Vocational Rehabilitation, and I had statewide responsibilities when it came to service delivery around vocational rehabilitation to those that are deaf, hard of hearing, and deafblind. You might be wondering, well, he has done a lot of that. Well, I'm a CODA. I was born and raised in a deaf family, and I have a lot of either immediate or extended family that are deaf. And so I was considered the minority in our family. So I'm fluent in American Sign Language. Hence, that's why I work in the field. I've moved my way up. I taught at the university for 24 years, American Sign Language, and I've served in executive positions. I was the director for the Alaska Division of Senior and Disability Services for 8 years, appointed by Governor Parnell. I was called to serve over at the Alaska Psychiatric Institute when they were in crisis, and I was there for a while as their CEO. And then I came back to the Division of Vocational Rehabilitation to assume the role of director of that division for 5 years and then retired. The Alaska State School for the Deaf and Hard of Hearing, of all the partnerships that I have had, the connection to other state agencies, schools, nonprofits, and so forth, by far is one of the most powerful for me. Truly make a difference. You heard about direct access, direct communication. That is absolutely critical. I've seen the school counselor function for the last 42 years. And so to see that go away today would just break my heart, to be honest with you, because we've done so much in terms of success in this state. The intervention coach position that's been in place now for 3 years, I've actually watched the intervention coach work. And it's truly amazing when you have a child that is blowing out in the classroom to go in and be able to diffuse that and help the teacher. So that's important. House Bill 39, Senate Bill 8, Deaf Education Bill of Rights. We are moving forward with that in the Alaska legislature. We expect it to pass this year. Really shores up the Alaska State School for the Deaf and what it can do.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Time is expired. Charles McKee, followed by Grace Dora. You will state your name for the record. We have 3 minutes.
My name is Charles McKee. I'm a beneficiary of the McKee Trust. And I indicated on that sign-up sheet, I was advocating for codified accounts at 31 USC 1322. That's federal. You know, and the thing that you people here, most left now, that we have a Dr. Jarrett Bryant. Why does he have a doctorate degree or DER in front of his name? That's because he has listened and he's retained his information and was tested on it and graded on it and was successful in acquiring that designation. So it's critical thinking that you have to apply to yourself when you go before a judge and he asks you to raise your hand and he says to you, you swear to tell the truth, so help you God, on record and before the court on record. And you say, yes, you do. And then he says, lower your hand. And then he asks you, tell us who you are. I, in my mental capacity, was freaking out because he asked me, and the clerk of court is the most strongest person in the room, not the judge. And they use this lettering all cap when they're typing your name out. You just said, if you speak your name, they're going to put you down as a liar. Blaspheming the Holy Ghost on record, as well as telling a lie to the court too. So the combination of the two things. Now, then I said to myself, why is he concerning himself with something that's non-tangible? In other words, blaspheming the Holy Ghost. Why would they be concerned? Who are they working for? So I qualify myself with the fact that when I talked to Representative Henshaw Tuesday about the House Bill 69, I indicated that the governor went live broadcast and said to the nation that we can rely on the jail system and the prison system for our revenue for our budget, if nothing else. If we cannot drill and extract resources, and he's referring to the incarcerated people, and that's why I gave you my private registered bond for set off of $900 billion. Each and every one of those individuals.
Sorry, your time has expired. Thank you for your testimony. Next, we have Grace Dorr, followed by Danielle Rhea.
Hello, my name is Grace Storr. I am a special education paraprofessional testifying in support of the Alaska Native Cultural Charter School moving to the Lakewood Elementary building as a part of the Right Sizing Initiative. ANCCS is a shining example of educational excellence that inspires Alaska Native students to reach new heights academically, socially, and culturally. ANCCS is a treasure in the Anchorage School District, boasting academic achievements among Alaska Native students and proudly serving as the only Title I charter school. We are an inclusive charter, meaning that our students who are in special education are in general education classrooms and do not spend their entire days in pull-out groups. At this time, we are working out of Abbott Elementary on borrowed time. ANCCS wants to be able to expand its capacity and grow as a school, welcoming more students, having an inclusive environment for all students is so important. All students should be able to experience working in general education environment rather than being isolated from the rest of the school and their peers. I have learned so much in my time at ANCCS and have made deep connections that will stay with me for the rest of my life. ANCCS is grateful for the space we have now, but we know our time is limited to less than 3 years. Having to constantly move schools and work in space we know is not permanent causes stress and strain on staff, students, and parents. We are not looking for an upgrade or luxury. We are looking for a permanent and consistent space where we can grow our student population and provide a cultural learning environment. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Danielle Rhea, followed by Gabby Ide.
Welcome. I'm Danielle Rhea, a member of the Alaska Native Cultural Charter School's middle school team. I have been a teacher at ANCCS for all 16 years, recruited from rural Bush, Alaska, and New Stuyahok. I have a sincere passion for our school and how our community strives to close the learning gap for Alaska's Indigenous and non-Indigenous students. We are a national award-winning school with honors from the National Distinguished Schools Program, National Teacher of the Year Program, National Math Teacher of the Year Program, and National Cultural Teaching Awards were awarded to our school and staff members almost every year. This speaks volumes of our school and our school district because you guys support us. I am here to testify in support of the Anchorage School District Right Sizing Initiative and the opportunity for ANCCS to move into the Lakewood Elementary building. Especially with the daunting budget cuts and low occupancy of several schools, I sincerely value the board members' dedication to maximizing our limited funding and our high cost. There is a strong demand, a need for ANCCS and what we have to offer. I want you to consider the high enrollment that we've always had, except for when we were at East High. Our current enrollment and how ANCCS has always had waiting lists, especially in our upper elementary and middle school grades. We even had to revise our charter when we moved to the Bras site to meet the demand of our lottery applicants, and we doubled our enrollment at that time. ANCCS offers small class sizes and much smaller class sizes than larger neighborhood middle schools, and that appeals to our families, especially as you're increasing the class sizes at other schools. As a middle school teacher, I am particularly proud of ANCCS's growth from a K-6 program to a pre-K through 8th grade program. Our middle schoolers are engaged in leadership opportunities such as being ambassadors for the AFN Elders and Youth Conference, which we take our whole middle school to every year, not just 10 students, our whole middle school, 100 students. And we participate in the Alaska Native Language Summit and the Arctic Climate Summit, where our students are involved in social, educational, and environmental change every year. The majority of our middle school students have been with ANCCS since preschool, which shows our families are committed, it shows our teachers are committed, and it shows your commitment to us. Long-term stability with a dependable building will further elevate the remarkable difference that ANCCS makes in both ASD and the wider community without having to relocate, as we have had to do 4 times in our 16 years of service.
Your time has expired. Thank you for your testimony. Yeah, Ms. Hyde, followed by Alexander Rosales. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you. I'm Gabby Ide, Chapter Chair of Moms for Liberty Anchorage. I'm grateful to be here. We educate, unite, and empower our community to improve education and protect parental rights. You may remember when Moms for Liberty rightfully sued the Federal Department of Education in May of last year for their unconstitutional rewrite of Title IX. Alaska joined the suit, and we were grateful to get the injunction to stop the rewrite from taking effect. Earlier last month, U.S. District Judge Danny Reeves vacated the Title IX rewrite that undermined the civil liberties of children and their families across the country. Recent executive orders dissolved the federal DEI department and further clarified that gender and biological sex are synonymous. Please allow me to be clear to my brothers and sisters in humanity. This does not erase you. This empowers all of us to accept the one and only body we were gifted with upon arrival in this world. Being uncomfortable in your body is understandable. Many of us were at one time or another. Opening up to family helps. Seeking qualified therapy through parents helps. Being removed from reality undermines one's health, and ASD is not qualified, nor does it have the authority to assist. Only a parent or guardian has that capability. Reach out to us. We love you and we're here for you. It also stands to reason that if school culture is to further align with reality, students stand a much better chance of success. This brings us to our understanding that the board and administration were awaiting this decision to course correct the unlawful gender nonconforming guidelines under the Department of Diversity, Equity, Inclusion, and Community Engagement that requires parents to audition for mental health information about their children. It's way past time, my fellow civil servants. Not only can you eat this entire 10-page pamphlet, but dissolving this department will save you a much needed $400,000 approximately each year. This action has the added benefit of improving student outcomes, teacher retention, and staff morale. This step toward common sense is rectification sorely needed by this community. Our hope is that you will welcome the opportunity and act appropriately and expeditiously. We support the dissolution of any guideline, policy, rule, and department that diminishes parental rights without due process and undermines a child's primary support system. Any decision to endure these aggressions against families and their values is evidence of ethical misconduct and ought to be dealt with accordingly. Moms for Liberty Anchorage looks forward to working with the district and board to implement positive solutions that improve education and protect parental rights. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Alexander Rosales, followed by Cynthia Gashopin. I'm sorry if I'm mispronouncing that. You have 3 minutes.
Right, thank you. My name is Alexander Rosales, and I am a father of 2 kids in Anchorage School District, and I'm here just to speak on behalf of them and all the other kids. So about a year ago in April, I came down here to speak on behalf of safety in our schools. And what was told to me from this board and all the emails that I got was student safety is a top priority. And that is continually said every single time an email is sent out. However, now we're looking at a $100 million deficit. You're not thinking about the big picture. You're looking at just the school district. What we see with our legislature, they're looking at an increase of $1.5 billion just from education from the increased spending that you all want to do in the board. So what that's going to do, it's going to enslave our children in the future. We are going to be overspent and underperforming in our schools. So safety-wise, What I understand right now is that you guys are offering teachers that have been in the district for a long time an option to leave. Well, that doesn't help because those are the experienced teachers that know how to deal with the students. We have a lot of teachers that came up here and spoke for the deaf school. I hear you guys. I don't speak very well ASL, but I can hear it, you know? That's easy for me. It's not easy for all of you. Those kind of support systems need to be in our school district. So then we look at sports. Sports are probably the most influential thing on our children's mental health. Right now, our teens are experiencing suicide rates that are higher than military members with PTSD. I know that because I'm a veteran and I've lost a lot of friends. So when I see you guys cutting school like sports, I see an outlet that's being erased. We need to further engage with our kids and what matters to them and what's most important. So how do we fix it? Responsible spending. You have one job, actually there's 3 of the school board. One of them is budget. You do have to fix it. It's not just complaining to the legislature, because I've engaged and talked with them as well, but they're going to be increasing spending as well. They're going to be looking at increasing the retirement and pension, and that is going to tie our kids into spending for all of you on the board. And then they have to try to find a job after that. That is not preparing our students for becoming an adult or transitioning to something else. What they're doing is they're saying that it's too expensive to live in Alaska because our spending is too high. You all on the board are the ones increasing the inflation in Alaska. That's simply put. Don't spend so much, inflation won't go so high. Be responsible, teach our kids what we should be teaching them. Make sure they're safe. And with 5 seconds, thank you for letting me speak and everybody else. So last time I wasn't able to, so thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. We have Cynthia Gashopin, followed by Jessica Hardy. And if you'll state your name for the record, I'll try to remember how to pronounce it.
That's okay. Cynthia Gachupin. So my name is Cynthia Gachupin. I'm the mother of 3 ASD students, one in ANCCS, one in a brick and mortar high school, and then one in a correspondence school. First, I want to express my gratitude to ASD for taking proactive measures to shield our students from the trauma that could arise from immigration officials entering ASD premises. Personally, I truly appreciate the stance ASD has taken on this issue. With this in mind, I would like to discuss how ASD can further support our students, especially our Indigenous students, by securing the Lake Hood Elementary building as the next and ideally permanent location for the Alaska Native Cultural Charter School. When I applied for my youngest child to enter the ANCS lottery, I was very hopeful that he would be picked, and I was incredibly excited when he was. For me, his enrollment at ANCCS represented an opportunity for him to engage with his culture in a way that my 2 older children never had. During his first year of school, my son attended a small section of East High School, and even under these circumstances, I witnessed him thrive both academically and culturally. When ANCCS relocated to the Abbott building, it was clear that not only my son, but also other students and staff truly valued having a dedicated space for learning. They've been able to have extracurriculars like JNYO practice, badminton, choir, and family activities such as family nights and holiday events. These types of activities are crucial to fostering student, family, and staff connection. They're also crucial to fostering the cultural identity of our students and nurturing pride in their Indigenous roots. I can't say enough about how appreciative I am that ANCCS exists and the impact this school has had on my student and other students. I ask that you please consider giving ANCCS security by offering them the Lake Hood Elementary building. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Miss Jessica Hardy. Is Jessica Hardy still here? No, seeing. Oh. Not seeing anyone approaching the podium. That does complete our testimony for the evening. Thank you all for coming and spending the time, making the effort to talk to us. A lot of it has been very compelling. Back to our agenda, that brings us to section F, the consent agenda. Do any members have consent agenda items they wish to pull?
Mr. Chair, I move to approve the consent agenda as listed.
Is there a second?
Second.
Okay. Moved and seconded to approve the consent agenda. My understanding, right, that if we are all present, we can simply say without objection, the consent agenda is adopted. Does anyone have any objection? With that, we have passed the consent agenda. We do not have any action items for tonight. That brings us to non-action items. Does anyone have any non-action items they wish to pull for discussion? Member Lessons.
Thank you. I would like to pull memo 096, which is the FY 26 preliminary financial plan and budget.
Yeah. Are there any other items any members want to discuss this evening? If not, we will have a discussion on item 096. Ms. Lessons, would you like to speak to it?
Thanks. I know that this is just the start of the conversations we're going to have. I just thought it was timely. I appreciated that we started the evening with the superintendent's update and deep dive on what was happening. We had a really good work session on the budget. We did hear public testimony, and it seems like a timely chance to circle back. I talked a little bit about the Moore case earlier tonight and shared part of the precedent that I understand Moore established. What I didn't say, though, was this, that in the Moore case, to my knowledge, and I'm not a lawyer, but I've done some reading, the plaintiffs failed to, and I quote, present any evidence that all of these district level positions were essential to the operation of the district, end quote. This is a very specific case talking about specific districts at a specific moment in time, and Anchorage was not involved. My point is that my takeaway from part of Judge Gleason's finding here is that how money was spent was very relevant in the court's determination of adequacy. And so Judge Gleason wrote at the time that the evidence at this time, referring to that court case, is inconclusive as to whether the resources in that district are being adequately directed to student learning so as to accord the children in that district a meaningful education, end quote. My understanding, as I've looked at different budgets that ASD has prepared over time, is that there has been for many years an intentional effort to align dollars with instruction and, language to that effect is used. What I noticed, and maybe I'd like to just flesh out a little bit more, or ask the administration to flesh out, is in this budget, what my basic understanding is that we took the FY25 budget and we kept the proportions to different areas relatively the same. We sort of shrank the budget proportionally. And maybe I'm mischaracterizing. What I guess I want to see spelled out more clearly either tonight or in subsequent follow-up is how this budget specifically aligns dollars with instruction. And I know that we tried really hard. And I know that this was, in the words of our CFO, the most depressing document that the district has ever put together. And I guess maybe I'm wondering whether there's any way to further shift resources towards instruction. And that's a broad question, but it's coming out of my general understanding of the Moore findings. So I guess I wonder if we could talk about that a bit.
Sure, Member Lessons. I think this would be best for follow-up with an additional analysis on instruction, but I will leave you with one of the intentional decisions was to try to, rather than fully budgeting for vacant positions, considering to not prioritize the vacant positions so we can use that to buy ourselves time to know what the full revenue outlook is. There is a universe where we could invest more dollars into direct instruction, but it might actually mean more layoffs and more reductions because we're budgeting for positions that may or may not be filled. So part of the strategy initially was to protect as many people currently in jobs as possible So given some of the great points that you brought up, I'd like the team to give some thought to it and maybe present the data in a different way so the board can make the right cost benefit analysis.
Great, thank you.
Any other questions or discussions on the budget? Member Wessex.
Yeah, and again, I've only got my paper copy. I can only start thumbing through it so quickly, but get my pens ready and my sticky notes. I am concerned about some of the things that have come before us tonight. Some things that have not come before us. One of those is my understanding that there's a reduction, 150 something thousand to the third session at King Tech High School. And you could again correct me if I'm wrong. My understanding is that that allows ASD students to attend and get CTE experience after the school day. And it is also a revenue generating partnership with the Lower Yukon-Kuskokwim School District. So I guess I'm wondering what trimming that third session for King Tech in this budget will do to CTE access, and which is an objective, and to the opportunity to generate revenue. And if that needs to be followed up in the future, that's fine. I just wanted to raise that was a particular concern that popped up.
Yeah, great questions, Member Lessons. Mr. Gustafson, do you have any initial thoughts? Would you like to wait?
My initial thought on that is that the actual money that has been proposed to be cut is actually for the transportation that is not used very much. Most of the third session students are actually students that drive themselves. One of the things that we have is those students that need to ride the bus. If they take the transportation to King Tech, when they go back to their home schools, and then they don't have access to their houses. So we have a lot of kids that can't access that specifically, and so they don't use that transportation piece. So again, this is a proposal. It won't affect anything that we're doing for third session. We still have the partnership. We still plan on having third session. The money is just at the transportation piece.
Thank you. Maybe this gets to some of, we've talked about the, the board has accepted the second year of the the SSAE grant, the 5-year Department of Education funding for the academies, which at a base level, I understand is to improve access to CTE opportunities. Grants are kind of a funny thing in my mind because I don't see the board as being able to direct funding, but it seems like a transportation to King Tech item might be incorporated in a grant that's all about CTE and access.
I'd have to look at that because we'd be looking at supplanting something that we had this year. We took out of the budget and putting in a grant is probably supplanting. So we'd have to look into that.
Okay. I guess I appreciate the follow-up.
We'll look into it.
Thank you.
Other questions or discussion by the board? Member Donald.
Thank you, Mr. President. And we had a lot of discussion earlier in the evening about the big picture of education funding in the state. And I just wanted to raise a couple other points related to the big picture. Some 22% of Alaskans live in areas of the state that pay no local taxes for public education. You got a really well-paying job, you don't pay anything. You've got a job with the state government or federal government, you don't pay anything. You don't happen to have millions of dollars of real estate, you own a business, you don't pay anything towards your local education, nothing on a local level. Now that ought to be reformed as well when we talk about increasing the BSN. It's a broken system. The legislature many years ago passed the Mandatory Borough Act that was intended to eventually organize the state so that everybody had some form of local government. I defy you to find a place in the United States of America where the people in those areas have zero form of local government. Everybody has a local sheriff. I mean, in the smallest community, the most poorest community anywhere in the United States, they provide for something for their local law enforcement and something for their local schools. This is this is just, I think, unacceptable that there's such a large percentage of Alaskans aren't chipping anything in towards the local costs of their own local schools. So that's a fundamental issue of fairness for this community. This community not only pays the current assessed minimum, but we pay the maximum towards the cost of our local schools. And then we even go beyond this because this community is such a strong support of local education that they're working very hard. The Assembly, we've all expressed our gratitude to them for helping out with transportation costs and other costs that we're not, at least previously, we haven't been forbidden on funding locally. I'm very concerned that that policy might be changing in the near future, which will put another challenge to this board. And then let's take a look at why that is. I defy anybody to give me a logical reason for the current limitation amount in statute on local contributions. I've never heard one. I heard it was just a made up number that was what they needed to do at the time to get it passed. You know, there ought to be a logical basis for limitations on what communities can do for their own schools. But I don't think it exists in this state. The current statutory limitation on local contributions is not based on any federal law. There's no federal mandate saying that's what we needed to do in this state. It was a completely arbitrary political decision that was made some 20 years ago. And I think it's strongly inappropriate, and it restricts communities from even helping out their own schools locally. We're restrained by that from helping ourselves in this community. And that's not fair and it's not right. It ought to be based on some sort of logic or some sort of federal specific guidelines. But I do not believe I've ever heard a justification for that particular dollar or percentage amount or dollar amount, that limitation in statute. That's another thing that needs to be reformed in the big picture of education funding in this state. So I think there's other things other than the BSA that also needs to be considered. And of course, the final one, which I greatly appreciate the unanimous support of the Anchorage Assembly and this board for adding to our priorities, is the incredibly unfair lack of a accurate area cost differential in the education funding formula. And that is because we haven't had a valid assessment of the differential between district costs in the different districts, for something like 20 years now. It was never envisioned when we adopted I remember when people told me and Randy Phillips and Gary Wilkins and John Torgeson that we were crazy to try to get a state funding formula for education. We were told you could never do it. And those guys talked me into working with them on it. And we went all over the state working on it. And back in 1996 or so, we got the first time the state ever had a formula for funding local schools, public education, that was based on some form of logic and not just politics. And it's remarkable it's held up this long. And there's been a few tweaks over the years, but it was never intended not to be modified for the existing economic situations. And that's why the area cost differential, it's essential that it be updated periodically to actually legitimately and accurately reflect the actual cost for delivering education in those particular regions of the state. And it hasn't been. And there's no justification for that. I've told this story before. I'm going to tell it again. About 6 years ago, worked with the Anchorage Assembly and actually got the money in the Anchorage budget to pay for a new area cost differential study by the university social and economic folks, who were the ones that did the original studies, and who have all said, very frequently have said, this current study, is needed, and the current analysis is broken. Anchorage is no longer the most inexpensive place in the state to deliver education. And So we actually got the money to do it. And I negotiated with ICER because they give a different rate for their projects, you know, for when it's a government paying for it versus a private sector. And ICER said, well, we're not going to do it. And I said, well, why not? Well, if we use Anchorage money to do it, then everybody will think it was biased in favor of Anchorage. Okay, so let's try to find a neutral third party to do it. We went to the Alaska Association of School Boards. They refused to do it. He said, we could give you the money and you could pay for it. Oh, no, we can't do that. It's too much of a hot potato for us. We don't want to make other people mad at us. If it came down so, you know, that Anchorage, you know, turned out you were being treated unfairly, oh, well, then people would get mad at us for doing it. So they didn't want to do it. I'm just so grateful that this community is recognizing how unfair this has been, not to the parents as much as the kids. It's unfair. It's unfair to our children that are in schools, that they are objectively discriminated against with a fair funding system against Anchorage kids. And I'm so glad that all the local officials in this community have recognized that and asked for it to be, you know, dealt with. We're talking about a de minimis amount of money compared to the giant education budget in this state, and it's not getting done. And the legislators from this community need to become brave enough to represent their own children and to fight for this as part of education funding reform in this state. Thank you.
Any further discussion on memorandum 096? Member Lessons.
I guess I don't know whether this is appropriate to ask now, but why not? Have there been any further conversations about maybe coming to when we would be voting on this? Currently, it's scheduled to vote on this at our February 18th board meeting. I suspect that we'll be hearing a lot of public testimony. And I think previously I have asked that we have additional listening opportunities, kind of like in the way that we did last year. I realize that ask places a disproportionate burden on staff to pull a budget together at a later point in time, closer to the end of the month, perhaps, than February 18th. I guess. So is there any additional information about whether we might have an additional meeting this month to talk about the budget, meeting or meetings?
My understanding was it might be considered just because of the volume of testimony in relation to which schools we might move into vacated schools along with the budget. But looking at the amount of testimony that's been contained within the meeting, unless we feel like we can't actually have the testimony during our regular meetings, my inclination has been not to schedule one. I'm quite willing to change that by the will of the board, but it would seem to me that we obviously are getting a lot of it, but we are getting it done in our regular meeting in our regular time, which I think is a benefit to the public as well as ourselves. So if anyone on the board wants to suggest an additional meeting for that purpose, certainly go by the will of the board. Member Jacobs.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. I just want to flag that I've had on my calendar the date of 2/25 as a potential date where we could still have our decision made on the operating budget and then be responsive to any late-breaking changes from the legislature regarding HB 69, or choose to defer the decision if we, for some reason, feel like action is imminent. So I think we have that option available to us. It would be the last Tuesday of the month, I believe. With that said, and on a different thread, I would ask, this is my preference, and I think it's the best governance option for transparency as well as to hold our board accountable for us getting our work done, that we set an amendment deadline for the operating budget of the publishing of the board book, meeting book for our meeting where we take action on the 18th. We have the document in front of us. We have weeks ahead of time to make literally any proposed amendment we'd like. Having the opportunity for the public to see any potential amendments and then be able to speak on that just makes so much sense, and allows us to adopt better amendments potentially, and then have more informed conversation when administration has additional time to review those proposals. And so that would be my ask. Regarding the meeting flexibility, I think we can play that by ear as we see what's happening in Juneau, but I would ask, and frankly would support us getting our amendments written beforehand on time, so we all know what's coming and can have informed dialogue. Thank you.
Would it be the will of the board that we have February 25th as an option, depending on the volume of testimony and business at the February 18th meeting, and determine at that point if we need additional time? Member Lessons.
My personal preference is that we dedicate the 18th to testimony, whether that fills up an hour or 5 hours. We can then take that testimony and use that and any new information that may be coming from Juneau. Produce. I do appreciate Member Jacobs' suggestions to bring amendments ahead of time, but there would be an interval between the 18th and maybe Saturday the 22nd to produce amendments in a timely fashion for a more action-oriented meeting on the 25th. I think it behooves us to produce amendments, if we will, following and not prior to public testimony. I do think that we will hear more public testimony as information continues to come out. That's my sense.
Other comments? Member Jacobs?
Yeah, if it produces a process where we can have a more informed and deliberate dialogue on potential amendments, I'm happy to schedule or to support a motion scheduling the decision on our budget on 2/25, provided that we utilize and prioritize public testimony on the 18th, and then use that additional time to have that more informed conversation, and then draft amendments in preparation for a decision on the 25th. I think that's fine, and I wouldn't object to that. But I think that in the past, our board has, and other school boards too, have drafted amendments that when we're right up against the first Monday in March deadline, it can place significant stressors on staff, and we're continually cutting administration, which is reasonable given, we're trying to prioritize classroom instruction as best we can. The downside of that is there's only limited folks to do the work when we make significant amendments to our budget, and I would like to be able to digest any considered amendments before, well before we are asked to vote on them, and not just a few minutes before. Thanks.
Any other board members wish to weigh in? Member Bell?
I guess I just missed the whole thing. I thought we got an email from you to hold 2 dates, to flag 2 dates. I think it was the 17th and 25th. So all of this is, I don't care what we do. If we can have 1 day, 2 days, whatever it takes. But I thought we were holding 2 days already.
We were.
So, okay.
And then as it unfolded, looking at the amount of testimony coming to this meeting, it was manageable. My understanding prior was that we might consider another date if we were just simply going to run out of time to get our business done. So we do seem to be fitting within it, but I also understand what they're saying about the greater clarity. If we have testimony one night and a week later, actually conclude our work on the budget.
And I guess the other thing, my other thought is to be real people. It's not the only way for them to, it's not the only way is to give public comment. They can write to us. I mean, they can't text, at least not me, but they can write to us. They can, I mean, I just think we need to, and if the public testimony is really, if we got a lot of people, then, Mr. Chair, you might want to consider reducing the testimony to 2 minutes instead of 3. 5 hours of testimony is a lot. I don't know. I might just pass out, but I'll do my best to hang in there. But
yeah,
it is not unusual to for major conversations and lots of people. And of course, we're guessing at the numbers, but I think it'll be a lot. I mean, it'll be substantial people wanting to.
Member Lessons?
I think just if we aren't able to come to a determination tonight, I think that's helpful. Should it, the will of the board be to say, we will accept testimony on the 18th, people will come, share their piece, and not be waiting until 11 o'clock at night or who knows when for the board to come to a decision. I think it would be helpful for the public process to just know that there will be additional listening opportunities, and then we can pivot perhaps on the 25th, right at a 6 p.m. start time to deeply engaging with the matter at hand, which seems like a more appropriate time for critical thinking and public engagement.
I'm going to ask, Member Jacobs.
I will support that timeline provided we, as a group, commit to having an amendment deadline of the Saturday before the 25th. And I need to pull up a calendar, but I would say at noon so that those can be attached to the public agenda and available for comments.
Someone asked the board to vote on this, and what I'm hearing is a proposal that February 18th would be dedicated to public comment only, and that February 25th would actually be our business meeting, if my understanding is right, without public comment, where we would then have the matter of the budget before us. Member Donald?
So the 25th is not a regular meeting, is it?
No, it's not. The 18th will be a
I
regular
don't
meeting.
think we should have the budget vote on something that's a special meeting called. I think it should be a regular meeting.
That would be a consideration as well. Because it's a major action, and normally you would want that to happen at a regularly scheduled meeting.
That's my reason. Also because we plan our lives around when the meetings are going to occur. So something that's important should be handled at a regular meeting. I support getting amendments in, anytime in that.
When do we have to have the budget to the 1st or the 15th? What's the latest we get? March 3rd. Oh. Okay. And I don't trust y'all to get it done on March 3rd if we wait till March 3rd. I just don't.
Yeah. Member Wilson?
Just wanted to make sure I'm clear. In the past, we've had meetings that have gone over. I mean, we finished at midnight and then had to literally go over till the next day. Is that something we need to plan for? I mean, if inevitably, if we have, because we can't predict how much public testimony we will have, but it's happened in the past when we've had so much public testimony that we didn't complete business at midnight. We had to schedule for a Wednesday. So, oops, I'm sorry. Could we potentially plan for the 19th just in case? Or I'm just trying to gauge if we plan for a second day or if we wing it and end up having to complete business on the 19th. I mean, it's apples and oranges here, but it feels like apples and apples.
I personally can't remember a time when the school board has gone to midnight and had to have a meeting the next day.
We
The
did.
assembly has.
No, I was on
We
board
did.
at the
We did
time.
that.
Yeah.
It was us.
It
I guess
was-
I was
it
too
was
and I
us.
forgot. I don't know. I caught up on sleep during that meeting perhaps. I'm quite happy to go with the will of the board, in any direction on this. Member Higgins, you haven't spoken to it yet.
I do have the history of having to do it the next day. That is not uncommon. And I know that when we did that and we did it the next day, then everybody had a chance to testify at that meeting. It's just that we continued it rather than having a separate meeting, which was kind of good that way too. So I like the idea of just plan on contingency of having that second day there with the testimony the first day. And then if we need to continue it because of the testimony amount, then everybody knows in advance that we will have to carry it over. I just think that makes a lot of sense to me to do it that way, and I appreciate the Member Wilson's comment.
Member Jacobs and then Member Lessons.
Yeah, thank you. So it was pointed out to me correctly, it looks like that our process last year included something similar to, I think, what Member Lessons and I have both spoken to, which is utilizing 2 regular meetings in the month of February and then scheduling a second or third special meeting to actually take action on the budget. And our line of thinking last year, as I recall, was that we recognized the legislature was in the process of navigating passage of SB 140. We're currently navigating passage of HB 69 in Juneau. And if memory serves, that bill passed, and then we scheduled our special meeting and made a decision. In this particular case, given the gravity of the cuts that are being proposed, and in an effort to be transparent as a governing body, I think utilizing our 2 regular business meetings to hear public testimony and then scheduling another special meeting as we did last year to take action on the budget. I'm recognizing that we will have those 2 meetings to harness public input. Seems as transparent and accessible as we could potentially be given this collapsed timeline, while also giving a ton of runway for Juneau to take action and potentially change our outlook in the short term. So that's the process, or the process for this month that I would support. I think it's pretty logical and something we've done again as recently as last year. I do recognize, and I agree with Member Donnelly, that I planned for these meetings well in advance. I work full time, but this is something where I'm willing to make that sacrifice because I recognize that this process needs to be as inclusive and transparent as possible, and so I will make that work with my schedule. I'm recognizing that it'll be a challenge, but I'll make it work. Thanks.
Thanks. I think Member Jacobs shared largely what I was going to. If you look at our agendas for February of this year, you'll see the 2 regular meetings and it's something called the school board special meeting. And the only item on that special meeting was our budget at that point in time on the 27th.
So,
Member Donnelly.
so our next meeting, if you're talking about doing something on the 25th, our next scheduled regular meeting is actually what, like 6 days later, 5 days later?
No, the next regular meeting is February 18th as scheduled.
Right.
We would simply create a special meeting for the 25th.
But I'm saying that there's another scheduled regular meeting just like 4 days after that, right? The 3rd, yeah.
Because that's the first
Yeah.
Tuesday in March.
Right, yeah.
Yes, I think you'd be correct, because then we'd be
So
reverting
we're
back
only-
to the regular schedule.
So we're only talking about 5 or 6 days.
Although we have to turn our budget into the municipality we have to turn the budget into the municipality on Monday, and we have a school board meeting on Tuesday, March 4th-ish. So we can't defer the budget until the first meeting in March. This is really this would align with the precedent we set in February of 2024, which allowed for public input, board responsiveness to action in Juneau, and I think a better product in the end.
Well, then why don't we just do 2 days in February 18th and 19th? if it's crucial that we get it moved forward, then why don't we just have the time done on the 18th and extend over into the 19th and get it done?
Well, in my perspective, the difference between those two models, sort of an 18th, 19th versus an 18th, 25th, is that we as board members have time to reflect on the public input, contemplate amendments, submit them, allow those amendments to be publicly posted, and then come together. It's not as condensed or as rushed.
Member Jacobs.
Yeah, I think what we're grappling here, and I think it's okay to acknowledge, and I sense some challenges as well as, I won't characterize as frustration, but I think it's justified if it is this timeline is broken, and it's not our timeline. Municipal code and charter require us to do this by March, and the state doesn't figure out what it's doing until later in the year, and so we're caught in the middle, and so I think this process presents the best possible path forward for wisely using our time this month, recognizing that it wasn't our idea to pass an operating budget before the state decides its level of funding for the same fiscal year months later. Thanks.
I'm going to call a 5-minute recess so I can go to the bathroom and let people talk amongst themselves. When I come back, I'll propose to you that we schedule a special meeting for the 25th with the idea that the 18th will be testimony. If that's voted down, I'll propose that we meet on the 18th as regularly scheduled with the idea that that may run over and we would have to come back on the 19th. And whatever third option everybody thinks of while I'm taking a short break. We are in recess. calling us back into session with the hopes that we do not have to schedule a special meeting to vote on this. So what I am thinking I will do is put it to you sequentially, and we'll see what the will of the board is. The first proposal is that the 18th be primarily dedicated to public testimony, and there could be discussion of some amendments at that point, but that we would have a special meeting on the 25th for the purpose of actually passing the budget at that point. That seems clear? Yes.
Just to clarify, I think my suggestion was that on the 18th, we go through the normal meeting and all of the other items that would be moved from non-action to action on the 18th. It's simply that on the 25th, the special meeting would be dedicated to the budget.
So we would take care of normal business on the 18th and all public testimony. Yeah, on the 18th. Okay. Yeah. All those in favor, if you just want to raise a hand, we'll do a quick count rather than. 1, 2, 3. So that's 3, 4. That's going to be a majority. Is there any objection to adopting that as our plan going forward?
Can we confirm our CFO is still in the boardroom before we move on?
I'm sorry, confirm our
CFO is still here and employed gainfully. Okay, thank you.
He appears to have not abandoned us yet.
Thank you, sir.
Okay.
Yeah, I object.
When we meet in our planning meeting tomorrow, we will. Did someone have a comment? Oh. I can put it to a formal vote. Just to put everybody on the record. I would need a motion to that effect.
Yeah, Mr. Chair, I would move to schedule a special meeting on Tuesday, 2/25, for the purpose of adopting our FY26 budgets, and in so doing, utilize our 2/18 meeting for primarily public testimony on that same action item. It's we're referring to AST memorandum number 096.
Is there a second?
Second.
Moved and seconded. I'll ask Ms. Sullivan to call the roll.
Member Higgins? Member Donnelly?
No.
Member Bellamy? Member Lessons?
Yes.
Member Jacobs?
Yes.
Member Wilson?
Yes.
President Holloman?
Yes. So we have adopted that as our plan going forward, and we'll begin posting the agendas in our normal sequence with that in mind. With that, we don't have any more public comment. We have reached the point for school board and administration comments. I will start to my far right with Member Bellamy. Microphone.
Sorry. Okay, so I had a great visit over at Stream Academy. If you guys have not seen their little microstructures, you really need to see them. I mean, they're building these little structures that could serve as little places for homeless people. They're building the furniture that goes in it. I mean, it's really great. The Betty Davis Healthy Family Summit is this weekend at East Anchorage High School. That's the Saturday the 8th. Starts at 10 with a concert. And then followed by all day, there's all kinds of stuff going on. So if you are out and about and want to participate, we'll be there from 10 to 5. This year, the youth summit is combined with the citywide summit. So that's kind of how I'm involved with it. And then I took the Council of Greater City Schools Executive Board met in West Palm Beach. And I flew down for that meeting, right in the middle of all the executive orders. So I'll be sharing some information with the board regarding just information on how the Council of Greater City Schools can support districts. And I know Dr. Bryant has been attending some of those meetings, and Andy and I was online, I guess 2 days ago, or was it Friday? Maybe it was Friday, when they gave a legal review of all the executive orders. So that travel was on my own dime, but it was great. Thank you.
Member Lessons?
Yeah, I thought I would relay a school visit that I conducted this morning. A principal reached out and said they had 32 first graders in a classroom. And I thought, oh, I want to go see what that looks like. And what was really interesting, it was a beautiful, well-mannered and, structured classroom. In a lot of maybe every single, early elementary classroom, there's like a carpet or a rug. And, you hear about like, oh, you need to sit down on the rug for a certain part of the instructional time. And I've heard people talk about, well, there's not enough room on the rug. Well, the classroom didn't have enough room for the rug. The classroom has to have a secondary classroom, or is taking advantage of a secondary classroom, because you can't easily fit 32 first grade desks and that sort of floor space in the same constrained classroom space. And that was, every day I learned something new, or I think about something new. And that was my takeaway, that you can't have sort of the pedagogical learning interaction. You can't have the learning interactions where, a teacher is really seeing, looking at eye contact and seeing which kids are listening and paying attention and getting it, when they can't all be in the same sort of directed space together. And 32 kids in a first grade classroom is what the budget is more inclined to produce next year. So it was a good example of what we might see more of if there's not an appropriate level of funding from Juno. But I will say that another classroom that I visited at the same school, I had a chance to talk with the kids, and I said, what are your favorite things about school? They were friends, specials, math, and then another kid said three-digit addition. So top 4 things from that classroom, straight from the horse's mouth.
Member Wilson?
I wanted to send a reminder that the Alternative Schools and Programs Expo is coming up on Saturday, February 8th at Begich Middle School from noon to 4. And Battle of the Books is happening this week. I wanted to recognize all the staff that's making that happen for our students. I know that's a big thing that's happening for our elementary school students. So thank you for all that work. And I'm always excited to hear from the students who participate in that. Win or lose, they learn so much. And I wanted to recognize the ASL program, the families, the staff, the students. You don't hear a lot. Ironically, I say you don't hear a lot about our school for the deaf and hard of hearing. But I was very impressed with everyone that came out today. That is a small but mighty community. So thank you for your advocacy.
Member Donald?
So over the last couple of weeks, I've really, unfortunately, witnessed some really concerning behavior in some of our sporting events in the district. So I thought it'd be really appropriate to review some of the board policy regarding sporting events. Hopefully, our leadership in some of the schools is listening. I would remind them of board policy 6145.21, sportsmanship. The school board expects athletes, coaches, and spectators to demonstrate good sportsmanship during all athletic competitions. District staff and parents, guardians have a duty to promote an environment of good sportsmanship by serving as models of fair play and proper conduct. Students and employees are responsible for maintaining sportsmanlike behavior at all times and may be subject to disciplinary action for improper conduct. The superintendent or designee shall provide for the proper supervision and safety of students at athletic events. Under our BP, our board policy 0214, goals for student learning, it says morals and ethical values based on the rights and responsibilities of individuals and their relationships to each other and their community and our nation is emphasized. And the ability to exercise self-discipline is also part of that goal. Under Board Policy 5000, Concepts and Roles, it is incumbent upon the school board, district, and school administration and teachers to provide for the physical and intellectual welfare of students in their charge. Further on, it states the values of self-discipline, responsibility, and respect for others in their country and its governmental processes are part of that. We have a board policy 5131.41 against violent and aggressive conduct. And that carries over into sporting events. We have a board policy 5142 regarding safety. The school board places a high priority on the safety and the prevention of student injury. The district shall make every responsible effort to ensure the safety and proper conduct of students from the time they come under school supervision until they leave school supervision, whether on school premises or not. So that clearly applies to sporting events also. Board Policy 5131.43, harassment, intimidation, and bullying. Students and staff are expected to demonstrate positive character traits and values. Board Policy 5137, positive school climate. All members of the school community, including staff, students, administrators, school board members, and visitors, are expected to serve as role models by demonstrating positive attitudes, cultural sensitivity, and respect for students and staff members. BP Board Policy 5142, safety. The school board places a high priority on safety and on the prevention of student injury. The district shall make reasonable effort to ensure the safety and proper conduct of students from the time they come under school supervision. So I hope that some of the leadership in our schools are listening to those board policies, and I hope that all the individuals in the school district that are involved in a leadership role regarding sports are aware of these board policies and understand that both policies take precedence over what might be the actual rules of a particular sporting event. And just because something that violates a board policy isn't in the specific rules of a sporting event doesn't mean it's allowed within the Anchorage School District.
Member Jacobs.
Yeah, just wanted to thank everyone who made time tonight to come speak about our operating budget, and even those who are taking time to write it. It is invaluable feedback, which the board can and will be using to help shape the direction of our operating budget. And I'm grateful for the heartfelt remarks, hearing from individuals in our community about what matters to them. I wonder if we shouldn't be spending some time to clip individual pieces of testimony and forward it on to House or Senate Education, just for their awareness. But yeah, thank you.
Member Higgins.
I'll start by just saying I'll be in Juneau this weekend along with the Alaska Association of School Boards, talking to legislators and having a chance to meet with other representatives of school boards throughout the state, and I look forward to that. I want to, before I do anything else, I'll go ahead and throw in a thank you to the ASL interpreter. I haven't had a chance to really pay attention to that as much as I have tonight. And I pity them having to listen to me and Dave Donnelly and others and have to actually pay attention to that and to the interpretation. So it must be kind of difficult at times, but I do have an appreciation for that. As always, I really do appreciate the public testimony we get. I love it when the kids come in with their presentations. I think it's a really moving kind of situation, and within that, I want to express my appreciation to the administration for delaying the process a little bit in the right sizing. So to listen to Alaska Native Cultural Charter School. The difficulty we have is there's only one school large enough to accommodate 2 requests that we've got in, and whether or not future schools closing will actually be large enough to even accommodate that gets to be a real interesting question and challenge. I hope that we can come out with a solution that will work with both, but I'll look for the administration to, I know they're interested in helping all the schools that they can, and so it'd be an interesting process. And in regards to the budget process with the state, and I don't know if I went on record, but I agree with some of what Dave Donnelly said with it. But, you know, the budget process of what we need for schools and how they fund it, though, the funding is an issue for the legislature. Their obligation is to the kids. And I do agree we are not being fairly compensated relative to other school districts. Matsu, I think, was last time I remember was 7% lower cost of living, and Kenai 14%, and they are both getting more than us. So that distribution is not fair to Anchorage school kids. I understand the political concerns. If I was in Matsu, I wouldn't say let's have a review of it so we get less money. I understand the politics associated with it, but there were kids who are being impacted by this. We heard a lot of good testimony about the impact of the classroom sizes, the staffing in so many different levels, the importance. I mean, sports do play a mental health issue. A lot of people stay in school for reasons outside the classroom, whether it's career technology and sports and all, but it keeps them engaged, and success is tied to it. So I'm hopeful that the exercise we go in with the budget coming up is a preliminary exercise to what we do with a final budget. So that's kind of an important issue from my standpoint. I don't believe that's going to be the final budget. We're going to be reviewing some stuff. We'll make some changes, but I don't believe it's going to be the final. And if it was, doesn't mean that we won't make changes even after that. But I just don't see that happening. So I'm optimistic, but the feed-in at this particular point in time plays a key role. And so I really do like the public input at this point in time is significant, and my appreciation for that means a lot. So we'll see where it goes from there. And with that, it's getting late. Thank you.
I'll just say real quickly that I have been associated with Anchorage schools for 30 years now. And this is one of the bleakest outlooks that I can recall ever seeing. And it turns people away from the profession. It drains people of their enthusiasm. I am hoping the legislature can turn things around, but it is a real battle. I think there are people in the state that do want public education to fail. And at the moment, I would say they seem to be winning, and it's depressing to look at that. I'll be in Juneau also as part of the AASB fly-in. We hopefully be part of reversing this and getting the resources we need to do the jobs that our educators are trying so hard to do. Did the administration?
No further comment.
Anyone on staff wish to make a comment? Wisely, no. I would entertain a motion to adjourn. Have a move to adjourn.
Second.
Moved and seconded. We are adjourned.